for supplying us with such beautiful produce. I want to talk a little bit about Grand Junction's long-term water supply planning. And I think I'll be hitting on a few themes that you'll be talking about here today through the IBCC agenda that I perused this morning. But Grand Junction has been embarking on some long-term planning over the last few years. And so we have some projects I want to highlight and just give you a little flavor of water issues here in Grand Junction. So a little history. So Grand Junction was named after the Grand River, which is the original name, as most of you probably know, for the Colorado River. And we are at the junction of the Grand and Gunnison Rivers here in Grand Junction. Grand Junction was founded in 1881. So we have a long history of challenging water issues here in the valley. Originally, like in many towns, water was hauled to people's houses by water wagons, right? So some of you probably have seen some of those pictures of the old water wagons delivering water to cities and towns. Well, Grand Junction was in that category as well. And then in 1888, the city awarded a franchise to a private company called NG Cruisin', and they built the first water treatment plant, and it was located on the Colorado River. It had a capacity of 1.4 million gallons a day, a pump station from the river. It was located at the 5th Street on the north side of the Colorado River. And it installed 4 miles of water mains in the town and 4 fire hydrants to serve the city. The cost of the system was pretty expensive at that time, $50,000. So, but the city did retain the rights to purchase that system after 10 years. But, water treatment systems didn't have the technology that we have today. And so the residents were plagued with, taste and odor problems and, of course, gastrointestinal diseases due to some of the bacteria in the untreated water. So the city also had some difficulties with that private water provider. They had some conflicts. So in 1899, the city decided to build its own water treatment plant. So I put a couple pictures there. The picture on the left is the original Cruisin' pump station, and the picture on the right is the city's first pump station. So the city decided to source its water from the Gunnison River, thinking the water quality would be much better from the Gunnison than the Colorado. And so the city built a 1.5 MGD pump station and built a reservoir up on the bluff in Orchard Mesa to serve the city. And that system was a little bit more expensive at $85,000. And then, the city formed a public utility and terminated their agreement with the Cruisin' company. So, the city continued to have issues with water quality problems, and they decided they were going to pursue some mountain water rights. So they were looking for pure mountain water. And after several years, the city did acquire mountain water rights on the Canna Creek watershed on the Grand Mesa. And so the city acquired those rights and started building a diversion structure and pipelines that would bring that water down from the mountain to the city of Grand Junction. Built a diversion dam, 11 miles of iron pipe, a tunnel through Whitewater Hill, and 8 miles of wooden stave pipe. And that system was completed June 21st, 1912. And Commissioner B.W. Vetter, who is Commissioner of the Water and Sewer Department, turned that mountain water into the pipe and delivered it to the city. That project was quite the sum for the city to flip in 1912. Even in today's dollars, is kind of pricey. $450,000 the city invested in the pipelines and the diversion structure, and then bringing that water into town. So the town residents were pretty happy with that system. They actually had a celebration as part of the July 4th celebration in 1912 to celebrate Mountain Water Day. And so they had a huge parade. Every automobile in the town participated in the parade. They had floats, 75 floats. And Commissioner Vetter was honored during that celebration. But I was able to dig out some of these old news clippings from the Grand Junction Sentinel, and they actually published a special edition of the Sentinel to celebrate the Mountain Water Day. Usually they didn't publish the paper on holidays like July 4th, but they issued a special edition, and I have been trying to get my hands on a copy of that special edition, but no luck. Nothing in the archives, nothing in the Western Colorado Museum. The pages were actually ripped out of the collection in the mountain or in the Colorado, Western Colorado Museum. But during the day, that edition was so popular that they actually published a second printing because everybody wanted a copy. But so if anyone ever finds a copy of that, please let me know. We're trying to locate that. So they had a great celebration, and Commissioner Vetter said, "I hereby declare all sprinkling hours are off. We will have enough water to let everybody in town water their lawns from morning to night. We have enough water to supply a city of 50,000 residents or larger." So they were pretty excited to get their lush green lawns watered, and of course, high quality water for potable uses. So today, the city of Grand Junction continues to operate a water utility. We serve what was historically the city limits. You see in the blue shaded area. And then, in the 1950s, the Ute Water Conservancy District was formed and began serving properties that were at that time outside of city limits. And and the Ute Water Conservancy District continues to serve about half of the city. And then our friends at Clifton Water District serve the Clifton area and a sliver of the city on the east side of the city. But our systems are interconnected. We have great collaboration amongst the three utilities, and we have mutual aid agreements so that if one utility has a problem, the other can help serve that. So, we had a couple times where we had some big water main breaks, and Clifton backfed us. We're also jointly planning some large maintenance projects where we have to have our plant down, and so we collaborate with Ute and Clifton to make sure that we always have reliable service to our constituents. As I said, our watershed is the Cannon Creek watershed on the Grand Mesa. That's the blue outlined area there. We're abutted by the Palisade watershed, which is the red outline, and the Ute watershed, which is the black and white outline. The city's water assets include 19 water reservoirs, 17 on the top of the mesa, and then two terminal reservoirs at the foot of the mesa. We have 40 miles of water supply lines. We have since replaced the wooden stave pipe with PVC pipe, and as well as some of that original iron pipe with PVC. Currently have 308 miles of water distribution pipeline, so a little bit more than the original 4 miles, and over 10,000 services or meters. The city does actually have 2 water service areas, the city of Grand Junction, and then we also have a small water service area in the Cannon Creek area, which we took over to serve the residents in that area. So our long-term water supply planning, as I said, we initiated this several years ago with the help of the Bureau of Reclamation through a water marketing strategy grant. We did some water supply planning and looking at alternatives to really develop a strategy for long-term supply. We determined that our firm yield, and that is, what we can reliably get from the Cannon Creek watershed, even during, severe drought conditions, back-to-back droughts, and with, potential climate impacts, and determined that our latest projections is that our water demands will exceed our Cannon Creek water supply by 2056. So that sounds like a long time off, but when you're talking about very large projects that will require significant funding and partnerships to achieve those projects, it's not much time. Just looking at the cycle and the funding limitations. So we're starting to develop some of those early plans today to serve the needs well into the future. So our long-term water supply planning is really kind of 3-pronged. One, we want to do as much water conservation as possible with our customers to control that demand and extend that Cannon Creek water supply as much into the future as possible, because that is our high quality water supply, and we want to stretch out that supply as long as possible and to push out those large capital projects into the future as much as possible. And then water efficiency, and I distinguish that from water conservation, and that is looking at our system and reducing system losses. And then thirdly, looking at supplementing our water supply with our other water rights. We continue to have water rights on the Colorado and the Gunnison, but we are looking at developing our Gunnison water rights to supplement that water supply and to meet our needs. So water conservation projects, we're doing a lot, like a lot of folks. Thanks to CWCB for the turf replacement program, we participated in that, and we have implemented several turf replacement projects with our customers around town. We currently offer $2 a square foot reimbursement for replacing turf with WaterWise landscaping. We're also participating in the Garden in a Box program. So we Resource Central out of the Front Range, they decided to come to the Western Slope and develop their program here. So we've partnered with them along with the Drought Response Information Project, which is collaboration with other water utilities to provide Garden in the Box. So we did a spring event, and we're doing another event this fall. Water efficiency rebates. So we also offer a number of rebates for water efficient appliances, dishwashers, washing machines, low flow toilets, irrigation system components, all of those types of things. And those are really popular. And then, quite frankly, one of our most successful water conservation projects is our advanced metering infrastructure. So we switched to AMI a few years ago, And we have the ability to monitor our water usage for our customers pretty close to real time and automatically notify our customers when there's an unusual water use. So you'll see from this little graphic, we saved close to 7 million gallons, identified 9,500 leaks at 2,500 different locations just through using that program. So it's been highly successful, and our customers are so appreciative because, we get to notify them, like I said, almost, real time of a potential leak, and they can fix that right away rather than waiting for their monthly bill and saying, oh, yikes, what happened to my water bill? So that's been a great program. And then lastly, assistance to our high water users. So we look at, trends of all of our customers, and where we have really high water users, we offer assistance on helping them identify ways where they can conserve water. So how am I doing on time? Couple minutes, yeah. So just a couple other projects. Juniata Ditch Piping and Lining Project. This is, not rocket science. I know, many of you have done ditch lining projects, but we have a fairly large ditch which conveys our water from the Cannon Creek to our Juniata Reservoir. And we're looking at the possibility of reducing 30 to 40% water loss. This ditch actually not only serves the city, but it also feeds the Juniata ditch, not to get confused with the Juniata Enlarged Ditch. And so it also provides water to about 40 ag users downstream from us. So this was a great collaborative project where we received funding from Bureau of Rec, WSRF, Colorado River District, and the Juniata Ditch Company and the city contributed to this. So, we're so grateful for all of these funding contributors. This will get us through design, and then we're hoping to be in construction for this project next year. Gunnison Reservoir project. So one of the strategies that our consultant advised us to pursue is looking at the opportunity to convert gravel pits to water supply reservoirs. And there are two gravel pits along the Gunnison River, just upstream from the city's diversion structure. And we are in the process of looking at acquiring those gravel pits. One's already fully mined out. The other one is close to being mined out. And if we can acquire those reservoirs and convert them to water supply reservoirs by installing a slurry wall to create the bathtub, that would serve multiple purposes for the city, including municipal supply. We're also talking with Orchard Mesa Irrigation District about a collaborative project where we could supply a portion of their water canal, and there are multiple environmental benefits. I spent a whole hour on this project, so I won't, but it's just a really cool project. This is the Mule Farm gravel pit. It's just under 1,000 acre feet. We would be looking at a diversion pump station, new pump station there. It's just upstream from our water treatment plant, so it's got great proximity. Whitewater is in the town of Whitewater, and this is where it's about 1,200 acre feet. It could be used for augmentation that, say, if we get a call on our more junior water rights in the Cannon Creek area, we could release water to the Gunnison and continue to divert water off of Cannon Creek to make those users whole. So it's got a number of benefits, and we are in the early stages of that project. This is a kind of I know we don't have enough time here today. I don't want to use up the time, but this just pictorially demonstrates, all the different potential benefits and collaborators on this project. It could also support Clifton Water District, which is projecting growth in the Whitewater area, and they are looking at the need for additional supply and treatment. So there's potential for collaboration there. OMID, environmental benefits, municipal benefits. So it's a really cool project, and I'd love to talk more, but I'm gonna get the hook here soon. Like I said, it can provide augmentation for to protect against senior calls on the Canna Creek, direct municipal use, agricultural and environmental flows. So with that, I guess I would like to conclude that, the city, not unlike many other towns, we've had our conflicts over water over the years. But, I think today, we're really looking for that collaboration. I think we can do a lot more together than we can do when we're in a conflict situation. And so, I just want to highlight some of the themes that I think are consistent with what you're going to be talking about here today: collaboration, multi-benefit projects, partnerships. Partnerships take time. And so doing early planning can afford you that opportunity to develop more partnerships. Resiliency, we are trying to be resilient for those potential climate impacts and all of the other threats to our water supplies. And focusing on water efficiency. How can we use our water more efficiently so that we can, it can result in providing benefits to multiple parties. So with that, I thank you for all the work that you're doing, and I hope you enjoy your day here and your time here in Grand Junction. Be happy to ask.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Randy. I want to open up. I have a couple logistics first. We have to approve the meeting minutes from our February meeting. They were posted online. Apparently we have to do that before. We have a first and a second. Anybody want a third, fourth, fifth, or I'll call the motion. All in favor? Perfect. All right. So, good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here with you in Grand Junction. I'm especially glad that Randy's here. Randy, one of the things that you said that resonated with me, and I'm often thinking about big river issues, small river issues, all the river issues. But one of the things that I think is so special about Colorado is that we prepare, because that's what our responsibility is. And so during your presentation, what I was thinking about is that how we prepare. And we're not preparing for the best days. We're preparing for the worst days. And I love that you called those mutual aid agreements. Like, I got chills when it wasn't like, hey, today sucks. We're going to we're going to scramble. What that does is set us up for success during rough times. And it sets us up to work with each other and work with each other within our state, because how we solve problems is with each other. And the other way we solve problems is we are ready for them. And because we know they're going to happen. And so I wish everyone across the entire basin would hear that message, because I think being prepared for the worst actually will make it better. And to look within ourselves for the solution, to not look outside for the solution. You look to your closest neighbors. And for me, that resonated. So I'm going to hopefully share that message to some folks in the next few days. But I wanted to thank you for that. And really focusing on what's happening locally with water projects. That's what Colorado is about. And that's, so I want to appreciate you for your time. I know it's valuable. And I hope you can stick around for a bit. If not, That's okay. It's always good to get this group together, the IBCC, and get us all back together. It feels, sometimes it feels like just minutes between our meetings, and then sometimes it feels like years. And I know it's just months, but it's, I wish I had more time to hang out with you all in a party situation. But it is good to bring us back together. I know a lot of work has happened between this meeting and the meeting prior, and I can feel that. I can feel a little bit of excitement, a little bit of angst of talking about it, and wanting to talk about it, Sean. And so I'm thankful for the energy that you brought the last meeting. I'm thinking there might be some energy this meeting too. Not sure. But I think that same spirit's in the room today. We've got a full agenda. And it is shaped from your feedback in February. Thank you, Andy. And we're counting on your input to help guide us in the direction going forward. We have a few new members. And so I want to welcome them. And new members have to like take off running. And how you prove yourself is volunteer to work on every subcommittee and everything that you can do. Just go talk to Sean. He'll give you some tasks. So I want to thank or welcome a few new members: Angie Fowler from the Colorado Basin, and Adrian. I'm making sure I say it right. Bashir. Berger. Okay, I'll say it wrong again. From the Southwest. We're so glad to have you both at the table. Yay! And I just want to let you know, coming into this room, that this group is built on collaboration and consensus. And so if you think you're coming in the room to be contrary and fight, do that too. But ultimately we get to consensus. And that's what Colorado is about, is bringing each other along and working with each other and finding ways to work with each other. We have members that rotate in and out over time, and it is important that we make the space for these new folks and help them on their way. You all have been part of these conversations for decades, and some are just joining today. So I wanted us to think about being intentional about how we share our knowledge, offering context where it's helpful. Thank you, Randy, for setting an example for us, and making sure everyone feels welcome. So I don't want Angie or Adrian to sit at a table alone at lunch because we're in a hazing or anything like that. I will try to be very welcome. But the hazing part is the work that you have to do between the meetings. Again, we heard feedback about agenda setting, the work that we're doing, and today's meeting is based on that feedback that we heard. We have some good conversations, and I'm hoping that this will help guide our direction for the next few years. We're going to spend our first hour on updates about interstate issues. We wanted to just get that out of the way. And because there's some stuff happening there. You asked for a little more clarity, so we have our distinguished state engineer Jason Ullman here, also Amy Ostick, and I'll be here to cover some ground or add color commentary if so necessary. We may not have time to answer every question. I also want to remind you all that we're still in a negotiation, and some of that is sensitive. And so my responsibility is to Colorado water users. So is Jason's and Amy's. And so we are going to be honest and transparent, and tell you the ugly, but and the good. But remember, some things are rough, just because we're in the midst of a negotiation, and there is some level of uncertainty. We are not going to try to throw around rhetoric or negativity, but we will be honest, and there are a lot of facts And some of those facts just are not necessarily positive, because it's reality. And so I just want to make sure that you are aware of that. After that, we're going to hear from our subcommittee that the new people are joining, and 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 the work that's going into revisiting that no and low regrets framework that we've been talking about. They've been digging into how this work has evolved since 2013 and how it ties to our drought resiliency efforts, and remembering that drought resiliency is for ourselves, like this, it's for Colorado. And then where it might go next. It's kind of an exciting moment. It really is. When I agreed to take this on, these were the moments that I was hopeful for. And so that messy moments before, I was also open to that and wanting to have that, because the messy is when you get to the good. So I think we want to strategically figure out how to integrate this into the next phase of the water planning, similar to how the no and low regrets was in the first water plan, but all of the water plans, or all of the water plans and planning. And I think that's how we see our fingerprints on things that we're doing within the state, right? And I think oftentimes we have to call out who did what, where these things came from, and why it matters. So Kelsey is back here to help guide us. We obviously need her. And so thank you, Kelsey, for that. And she'll help guide us through the discussion of what comes next. And that's the other exciting part of today. We'll break for lunch. That's another exciting part. If breakfast is any indicator, I hope they bring the whipped cream back out. But we'll break for lunch, but then we'll be joined by Senator Dylan Roberts. He is a member of the IBCC, but he's going to be here to update us on what happened for the last legislative season and preview maybe next session. He's also eager to hear what is on your mind, what you need, what you feel is important, and let him know how you'd like to stay in the loop on policy issues. If his presence here is helpful, if it's informative, I'd probably tell him that, and I'd thank him for that, because all these folks are making sure they make it. Appreciation might be helpful if we want them to come back. So just want to put that suggestion out there. If it's not helpful, just be quiet. But in the afternoon, we're going to try something new based on the input from you all. Instead of our usual basin round robins, where I keep saying, okay, you're 3 minutes up or whatever, we're going to start a rotation of deeper dives into basin projects. And I think when you think about the IBCC, the basin roundtables, the money that's associated with them, there's a responsibility with that the lessons from that are able to be learned and transferred to others. And so those deeper dives, and not just that superficial high level, here's what we're doing in our basin, but the deeper dives where we think others can learn from not only our positives, but our mistakes. And so we have to be open to being transparent about maybe some of the mistakes that we've made. And so that others can have a chance to make their own different mistakes, rather than the same mistakes that you've made in your basin. And so I think that's important. We're going to hear today about efforts in the Metro, Rio Grande, and then the Yampa White Green basins. So I hope that the words that I'm saying resonate with you as you're going into those deeper dives. And then we're going to continue making our way around the state in other future meetings. To wrap up the day, Kat will share a couple quick updates on items we discussed in February, including the C9 Summit and scenario planning. And the last thing is, before we dive in, I want to remind you that a lot of work is iterative. It can feel like we're having some of the same conversations, and sometimes we are, to be perfectly honest. But we have to go slow to go fast sometimes. And sometimes we have to go fast to go fast. And sometimes we have to go fast to go slow. But but that means taking the time to really build that strong foundation, and really listen to one another, revisit some of the past works, again, trying to focus on where we've been positive and also where we've made mistakes. But I think the most important, and this is where Kelsey comes in to play, is that we have a shared understanding of where we're heading. I want us all to come out of this room knowing where we are heading and why, and what your role is in that. And so it's not just about checking the boxes. It's not just about saying we met, we talked about these things, it was cordial, the lunch was good. It's really about building the clarity and alignment around the vision for Colorado. And again, we have board members here. They're interested in hearing that. They take that into their work, and I think that is incredibly important. It'll allow us to move quickly or fast, whatever you want, when the time comes. So as we step into today's conversations, I want to encourage you to not just think about where we've been or where we are, but the work that comes next. So I'm hoping that's the focus today. And with that, I think we'll just move straight into the agenda, if you're okay with that, Amy. Perfect. And we've got a couple things happening in the state, particularly South Platte Basin and the Colorado River Basin. There's some things. And so Amy and Jason will touch on that, and then I'll throw in color commentary if necessary.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Becky. It's really great to be here with you all. I think I know everyone here, but my name is Amy Ostick. I'm the chief of the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section at the Colorado Water Conservation Board. I spend my time thinking about dealing with kind of the policy side of our interstate matters, compact issues, Endangered Species Act issues, things like that. So I don't know if excited is the right word, but I'm here today to talk to you about all the fun things that are happening on both sides of the divide in a couple different basins. So we're going to start with the South Platte. The South Platte River. Sorry about that. I should have told you guys which one we were going to start with. And talk about some issues that have arisen there in the last few years relating to the Perkins County Canal. And I'll talk a little bit about what that is, but I do just want to say I'm joined today by State Engineer Jason Ullman. So I'm going to hand it over to him in just a little bit to talk more about the administration side of everything and the compact side of things. But just kind of high level, I guess what brings us here today to talk to you about South Platte issues is the Perkins County Canal. This is a canal that is contemplated in the South Platte River Compact, dated 1923. It does provide the right for Nebraska to build a canal in the state of Colorado under certain conditions. It's very specific in terms of how that canal should be built and how it should be operated, and I'm going to let Jason handle the details of that. But what I will say is, Nebraska just a few years ago initiated discussions about building the canal. After 100 years, they decided they thought they might take that up. They've set aside a decent chunk of change for it, I think $600 million or more, to look at it. And we have been looking at this from a number of different angles. Jason and I work very closely together on South Platte issues, of course, as the state engineer on his side, but I am the state's representative on the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program. So I have been looking at things from that side and considering what the potential impacts might be on the recovery program. So we're going to talk about all sides, I guess, of that today. So I just wanted to give a quick overview first from the program perspective of what the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program is, PRIP. I think it's called PRIP in Nebraska and PRIP in Colorado. But I actually originally learned about the program working in Nebraska So I call it PRIP, and I can't really adjust my brain, so I'm going to call it PRIP. At any rate, this is a recovery program that was initiated in 2007. Planning had started long before that, but the program really started in 2007. It's a 3-state program: Nebraska, Colorado, and Wyoming. The feds are also involved through the Bureau of Reclamation that operates projects. Also, of course, the Fish and Wildlife Service is involved as a regulating agency. So here's what I want you, I guess, to take away from this picture is that the habitat, the species, all of it is in Nebraska in that PRIP associated habitat area. So everything that we're doing in this program is to manage for species and habitat that are in Nebraska. And these are the adorable species that we are concerned with. It is a very focused program. So we're looking at only 4 species, 3 birds and an elusive fish, the whooping crane, the interior least tern, the piping plover, and the pallid sturgeon. Again, all these species rely on habitat that is in central Nebraska. So what are the overarching goals of the program? Of course, this is an Endangered Species Act program, so we are concerned about recovery of the species. But for our water users in Colorado, Nebraska, Wyoming, it's really about providing streamlined ESA compliance so that they can continue operating water projects. And that is really the big thing that this provides to water users in all 3 states. The program has provided, I think, 200 some streamlined consultations across the 3 states, and 160 of those are in Colorado. So it matters a lot, not only to the species, but also to water users across the 3 states. There are a few program elements here: water, land, and adaptive management. There's another really big one here that's not mentioned, and that's money. Colorado contributes largely through financial contributions. I think we have something like $24 million in this program right now. So that's I should add that to this slide, actually, because that's an important contribution from the state of Colorado. But there are also water components, of course, and land components. The program manages, I think, something like 10,000 acres of land in Nebraska for habitat. And then there's the water component, of course, and this kind of brings us to the connection with the Perkins County Canal. So for Colorado's part, our water component is the Tamarack State Wildlife Area, where we essentially use a recharge project to retime flows to the critical habitat reach. So that project operates in the wintertime, the same time that Perkins would be operating. It operates under a somewhat junior water right. And it retimes water so that it is hitting the habitat stretch in Nebraska at the time that it helps the species. So that's how Colorado participates, and that's kind of how the program works. It works in increments. So again, the program started in 2007. We had the first increment and then decided that we needed a bit more time to do some science, to study really, how are the species responding to the amount of water we have, to the land management. Did some adaptive management in that time to really study how things were going and look at, what are the species responding to. So we are in that second increment extension now. But here's the thing that we're all looking forward to or knowing will occur is that we need to renegotiate all of this, and by 2032, that's when the second increment will begin, presumably. I should say that's when the first increment extension expires. So we have a decision to make about how to move forward with the program in 2032. And there had been a bit of a, I will say, preliminary meeting of the minds among the signatories. It was before my time, but everyone kind of agreed, look, this program is working pretty well. If we could turn it into a maintenance program and just build on our successes, continue doing what we're doing. For Colorado's part, that would mean continue operating Tamarack. Just keep doing what we're doing would largely be considered a success given what we've seen so far. So those discussions were had about again, just making sure that we're building on the success and continuing the program into the future. And then, we had a bit of a wrinkle thrown in that when Nebraska started talking about Perkins County Canal. And again, Jason's going to talk more about the whole picture of how a Perkins Canal would operate and how it would be administered within the state of Colorado. But of course, what we become concerned about is the future of the Tamarack project in a second increment with the Perkins online. There would be a lot of issues with Nebraska operating a Perkins under the terms of the program right now. And I think they understand that and acknowledge that. And they've been, I think, clear that they see this as a second increment project, or rather a project that would come online at the start of the second increment at some point. So Nebraska has also made some statements to the effect of, Perkins needs to be considered in a second increment. They need resolution on Perkins to negotiate a second increment. So we've been wrestling with how to deal with those statements. So again, I just want to say that I think everyone who's been involved in this program or is familiar with the program has recognized that it has been a success for the species, for the water users. I think there is a real interest in continuing to do it the way it has worked. But again, the Perkins discussion has complicated those issues a little bit. So I guess I kind of cut to the chase already, but we're really looking at how we look at a second increment with all of these new challenges that have been brought upon us. So I'm going to turn it over to Jason, and again, I just want to emphasize we work closely together on the South Platte Perkins issues and have been at the table with Nebraska discussing how we're going to approach all this. And I think one of our goals recently has been helping Nebraska actually understand the realities of how a Perkins County Canal would operate in practice, how it would be administered, and how that may impact their expectations for this project. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jason.
Thanks, Amy. I think I know all of you as well, but I'll introduce myself. I'm Jason Ullman. I'm state engineer and director of the Division of Water Resources in Colorado. And I do appreciate having Amy here to talk about the recovery program and having her staff involved in these discussions about Perkins, because we recognize that these two things are very interconnected, and those two things impact the state of Colorado greatly. They also impact the state of Nebraska in ways that I don't know that they're considering. But so I want to start off today by explaining how the Perkins County Canal would be administered. But to do that, I think it's important to explain how we administer the compact currently for the irrigation season component of the compact. And so those of you that have attended the CWCB meeting, you've already seen this presentation, so I apologize, you're seeing it again. But this picture here, I think is appropriate. And I try to find pictures for my presentations because engineers tend to show lots of charts and graphs. And so this is a painting by William Henry Jackson in the late 1800s of the California crossing of the Platte River in far eastern Colorado. And this, interestingly, the California crossing is pretty close to where the Perkins County Canal would have been constructed. And you see, a lot of wagons and livestock waiting to cross the river here. This painting was painted in June timeframe during spring runoff. So prior to all of the development in Colorado of irrigation, you had these huge flushes of water from spring runoff that would go down the Platte. But then later in the year, Platte would be completely dry going into Nebraska. In some years, better years, maybe there was some water, but average flow was very low going into Nebraska prior to any development in Colorado. In fact, it was low enough to the extent that Mark Twain described the South Platte as a sad, forlorn, melancholy stream. If that river were my river, I would not leave it out at night because some puppy might come along and lap it all up. So I think history and how development occurred is important when we consider how these compacts were negotiated and the reason why these compacts are structured the way they are, particularly the South Platte. So how does DWR and our staff administer the compact right now? First, it's important to explain what is included in this compact. So each of our compacts are different. We're going to be talking, or Amy and Becky are going to be talking about the Colorado River Compact, signed in 22. This was signed in 1923, negotiated by the same person primarily from Colorado, Delph Carpenter, completely different in terms of how compliance is measured. Interestingly, the South Platte Compact doesn't have any commission, so it's really just the two states, their state engineers and their governors working together to figure out how to administer. There's not a administrative body to determine how things are accounted for, because it was determined that this compact would be primarily self-administering because of the way it's structured. So it's structured so that in the summer, during the irrigation season from April 1st to October 15th, there is essentially a call at the Julesburg gauge for 120 CFS. And that call is placed with a priority of June 14th of 1897. So the way our staff would typically administer a call is everything upstream of that calling location can be curtailed if it's junior to the calling priority. So during the summer period, that's what we're doing right now, is administering the river to that. The other component of the compact was in Article 6, the Perkins County Canal component, and it allowed the state of Nebraska to build a canal in Colorado, interestingly, to build a canal that they already had attempted one time before in the late 1800s, but didn't complete, and build that canal to take 500 CFS for irrigation with a priority of December 17th of 1921. And I'm going to read, I don't typically like to read, directly from documents, but I'm going to read the compact language here because I think it's important to understand what the compact says. And so in Article 6, the non-irrigation component of the compact is described, and it says, it is the desire of Nebraska to permit its citizens to cause a canal to be constructed and operated for diversion of water from the South Platte River within Colorado for irrigation of lands in Nebraska. That said canal may commence on the south bank of said river at a point southwesterly from the town of Ovid, Colorado, and may run thence easterly through Colorado along or near the line of survey of the formerly proposed Perkins County Canal and into Nebraska, and that said project shall be permitted to divert waters of the river as hereinafter provided. Continuing, Colorado consents that Nebraska and its citizens may hereafter construct, maintain, and operate such a canal. Said proposed canal shall be entitled to divert 500 cubic feet of water per second of time from the flow of river in the lower section as of priority of appropriation by date December 17th, 1921, only between the 15th day of October of any year and the first day of April of the next succeeding year, and shall not constitute the basis for any claim to water necessary to supply all present and future appropriations in the upper section. So keep that language in your mind here for the next slide. So effectively, it split the river into an upper and a lower section. So that is similar to the Colorado, right? The lower section is the section below where the South Platte crosses the Washington County boundary. And so it composes what we have now created as Water District 64. And that is the area bounded in black there. So that lower section of the river is the area in black. The upper section of the river is all the areas above it. You see all of that irrigation. The green areas are all these irrigated lands that have, like we talked about previously, caused return flows to the river that increased the flows from what they were naturally before that development. So return flows and supplies in the lower section are available to Nebraska and to the lower section. But administration is limited to Water District 64. The language I had just read that stated that it's not the basis for any claim to water necessary to supply all present and future appropriations in the upper section. That language is similar in Article 4 for the irrigation season as to that language that's directly read from Article 6. So administration occurs in District 64. So what does that mean? It means that when the Julesburg gauge has less than 120 CFS at it, and you see the Julesburg gauge there right down near the state line, that our staff are curtailing water rights in Water District 64 that are junior to a 1897 priority. And effectively what that means is that most of the time you're either on or you're off if you have a junior right to 1897. So if there's less than 120 CFS, all of those 1897 junior to 1897 rights are off in Water District 64. No curtailment above the lower section. And then we also have this gauge at Balzac that we operate that helps us to administer the river so we know what flows are going into Water District 64. So I think I kind of got ahead of myself here, but I pretty much explained the Julesburg gauge and how the call is administered. So this is what, if you go to our website and you look at our active calls on the Colorado Decision Support System site, you'll be able to pull up a table if you select the South Platte that shows all the calls that are on. And this was pulled on May 15th. So it was during the irrigation season. And then I'm going to zoom into the table here to show some of the details. So this is the call that is made from the compact. So you see that it shows a priority date there of 6/14/1897. So that reflects that there's a call on from the compact at that point because there was less than 120 CFS in the river. But what I'm showing you this for is because it's a little bit confusing sometimes, and it was confusing to our neighbors in Nebraska as well, that senior rights to the compact. So if you have a right that's senior to the compact, which the Harmony Ditch number 1 is, it has an 1895 water right, then it actually can place a call and we would administer that call. I'm going to go back to in the upper section. So we would administer water rights in the upper section to bring water down to that senior call to the compact, not to bring water to Nebraska or to the state line. And so sometimes when we look at our data, there's periods at which it will look like we're administering a call junior to the compact when really the call that's being placed is senior to the compact. The right that's being administered to in the upper section is junior to the compact. Are there any questions about that? I know that's kind of into the weeds, but I think it's important to understand how this actually occurs. So primarily, what does that mean? It means that the compact doesn't guarantee flows to Nebraska. It is not a delivery obligation. It guarantees them a priority call with these different rights. And so if you look at a gauge record at the Julesburg gauge, this is just from this past year, from the 5th of May to the 15th of May, when we were administering a call, and you'll see the blue line is the flow at the gauge is well below 120 CFS. So it doesn't mean we just continue shutting people off till we get 120 CFS. It means we shut water rights off that are junior to the 1897 priority, and whatever results at the state line gauge is what Nebraska is entitled to. And so during this period, it did not reach 120 CFS because there wasn't enough supply to do so. So how does this relate to the Perkins County Canal, how we would administer the Perkins County Canal? So the same thing is true. The administration for that Perkins County Canal right, which you see there, is a little bit further upstream than the Julesburg gauge, has a 1921 priority, would be similar. We would curtail water rights during the non-irrigation season to that priority. What does that result in? That results in still the Harmony number 1 ditch can take water. They can put water into Julesburg Reservoir using their storage right. All these other reservoirs and inlets to them can still operate because they're upstream. The Pruitt Inlet Canal is upstream of Water District 64. The North Sterling Canal is upstream of Water District 64 to fill those reservoirs. But it does curtail some important water rights in the lower section. Amy already described the Tamarack project. So there's a Tamarack recharge project that it fulfills part of our obligation under the PRIP. And I guess I learned that from Amy, so I don't call it PRIP either. But so it fulfills a lot of our obligation under the PRIP. There's some other recharge also that occurs with SPRAP that amounts effectively to 20,000 20,000 acre feet of water. There's other recharge efforts that occur to help replace depletions from well pumping to do irrigation in the lower section. Those also are junior mostly because they're diverting water in the non-irrigation season into recharge ponds to retime water back to the river during the summer period to allow those wells to continue to pump and irrigate lands in Water District 64. Those are junior to the 1921 priority. So we would have to curtail those wells should Nebraska accomplish this difficult task of completing this project and costly task of completing this project. So there are some concerns, not only for the recovery program, but for water users in District 64 regarding how this would be administered and the effect that it would have on their ability to develop. And primarily that impact that we've looked at is that it would potentially, there's like 35,000 acres of land that get some supply of water from wells that are junior, relying upon this recharge. That 20,000 acre feet of Tamarack recharge. But what this also does is, Nebraska has claimed that their concern is about all this development occurring in the upper section. The compact doesn't allow them to call into the upper section. It would allow them to curtail these things in the lower section and produce a net of approximately 10,000 acre feet. So they've claimed much higher numbers because they're not considering that, one, if they build this canal, it's likely that our users will construct mitigation projects upstream of Water District 64 or downstream of the canal diversion. Those mitigation projects would then take water to help replace what's lost by the call at the Perkins County Canal, reducing the benefit of the canal or the yield of the canal to 30,000 acre feet. If you then consider that one of the things that they curtailed was 20,000 acre feet of recharge from the Tamarack project and subtract that off that 30,000 acre feet, you get to 10,000 acre feet. So, it's our belief that the resulting benefit to the state of Nebraska of building this very costly canal that's going to take a long time to build and permit is very little for the level of impact it has on the regional economy, not just Colorado's economy, but the regional economy. It's affecting the irrigation and lands in the lower section, not what they think it's going to affect. And so where are we at right now in terms of next steps and discussions with Nebraska? So as you may have heard, Nebraska offered, quote unquote, to purchase lands in Sedgwick County, a limited number of lands, 6 properties at the proposed head gate of the canal. They offered with the threat of condemnation that they could potentially pursue condemnation in starting April 17th. We have been meeting with Nebraska approximately monthly to discuss, what their goals for the project are. They obviously haven't moved forward with condemnation, and I don't believe they will do so as long as we're discussing with them. We made a proposal to Nebraska on a alternative that would have been pursued under the recovery program, under the second increment of the recovery program, that we felt like would provide some of the limited benefits that the canal would provide. Nebraska was not interested in a proposal to be made under the recovery program because they want something that's more durable, that they feel is more durable under the compact. But we continue to have discussions about what that might be. Nebraska hasn't really told us what an alternative that they would see would be. We're hoping at our next meeting that they will bring some additional information on what they might accept. So that's kind of where we're at. I also will say that Nebraska has a request for proposals on the street right now for a third-party consultant to run the NEPA process for this, with, I think, a deadline for submittal of the 18th of July. So they have a little ways to go before they even start their permitting process for this, but the state will definitely be involved in some way in that permitting process as well. I imagine that the state of Wyoming will also be, have a lot of interest in that permitting process as to its effects to the recovery program. And with that, I will turn over for questions if anybody has any questions for either Amy or I.
Can I go ahead? Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for that great presentation. I'm baffled why Nebraska would benefit from up to 500 second feet in the winter. Did they anticipate building storage initially right after 1923 when the compact was signed? I mean, what good are they farming in December in Nebraska? Not following that.
It's a good question. I think that my thing, they are planning on building storage, yes. Because if they're going to use it for irrigation, obviously they're not going to be doing a lot of irrigation in the middle of the winter. So you could say that the compact, the fact that it was going to divert 500 CFS during the wintertime did contemplate that, but.
Okay, that's helpful. And then wouldn't Fish and Wildlife Service have an intense interest in the recovery implementation program and its overall and the impacts? So I'm assuming NEPA is going to examine that.
I believe that's correct. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the other states that are party to the program, but I'm going to let Amy answer more details, but has a keen interest in the impact of this project.
Yeah, so the Fish and Wildlife Service certainly will be interested. I think that they've been kind of waiting to see how things unfold, is my perception of where the service has been to date. I will also note that Nebraska has made some statements with respect to potential benefits to the recovery program that I think we would like more information on and likely would dispute. I think Nebraska has not been very candid about the fact that as the recovery program exists today, that a Perkins County canal would completely take out Colorado's water contribution and make it inoperable. So that is actually a negative impact to the program. There is one component of the program that I didn't talk about a lot. It's called the choke point. It's essentially an issue in central Nebraska about channel capacity. How much water can you get through to the the habitat stretch at a particular time when they're also running a lot of irrigation water. So I think Nebraska has suggested that Perkins might be able to help with that. I would like to see how that would actually play out in practice.
I didn't think we'd be able to get through this without a question or comment from Mr. Young.
Not really a question, because those two have kept us well informed and we really appreciate them. You could have got him a better name tag, but
I'll take responsibility.
That's really my fault. I'm not going to let Jeff take the fall. I actually was planning on doing this virtually because I'm leaving on Sunday for 2 weeks. And so I decided at the last minute, Amy was like, well, you could ride with us. So I decided at the last minute to come in person. So
I hope
Jeff, you don't have to
somebody
take the fall for the name tag.
somebody doesn't get fired for that name
yeah.
tag.
No excuse for the handwriting. So sorry.
Well, I'm glad you're here in person. So one thing that wasn't mentioned, and this makes the Perkins County even worse for Nebraska, is that Colorado gets the first 35,000 acre feet before the Perkins County Canal can start diverting 500 CFS. So whether we take that, I guess there's a question whether we can take it through recharge or if we have to actually store that, but that's one thing that we do get that. And then with the Julesburg Reservoir being senior to the Perkins County Canal, if it was in place, Nebraska wouldn't really start diverting into the Perkins County Canal probably till January. And we divert in January. January, February, that's ice situation. So we never get as much water as 500 CFS. Our canal for North Sterling is almost exactly the same. 550 CFS canal, and we get maybe 200 because of ice. It just starts building up, and it's a similar distance and everything. So it's very similar to what we do. So I'm not sure Nebraska has contemplated how difficult it is to store. And the ice actually gets worse as the further east you go. So those are kind of things that we try to bring up to Nebraska, and hopefully they listen a little bit, but I don't know. They just seem intent on continuing to push. So it is it's a big deal for our area. Not so much for North Sterling and Pruitt, because as you saw, we're above the lower section, but the Nebraska has always looked upstream, thinking that they can limit growth in Colorado and all of our projects on the South Platte by doing this, and it only affects the lower section. It really only affects our well users in the lower section, and that's all that they would take is our recharge that we do to offset our well pumping. And so it affects, and we're neighbors. I mean, people own land on both sides there, so we're all neighbors, and I don't think they understand that their effect is on agriculture, not anything else Colorado is doing.
And I'll just add to that. I feel like I should have, I think a lot of you know, I should have admitted at the outset, I'm from Nebraska originally. I actually grew up, and I know, go Big Red. I grew up in Western Nebraska, and my mom's side of the family still operates a ranch out there. And, you know, I don't think a lot of people who are moving this forward understand that the people they're impacting are a lot like the people that I knew and I grew up with in rural Nebraska. And I think that there is a lack of understanding of that reality. So, yeah.
So I've heard a lot of very logical administrative reasons why the project doesn't look super attractive. And I've heard the sort of community side of it that doesn't sound great. I think when it was first announced, there was either a press release or something officially from the state that cited the South Platte Roundtable's Basin Implementation Plan as being my gosh, they're developing a lot of water. We better get in there first. I'm curious on if they go down the NEPA road, or when they go down the NEPA road, eventually you got to start talking in terms of purpose and need. And I'm not aware of a federal process that says our purpose and need is because Colorado is going to do it first. Have they at all talked about what in sort of purposey and needy language about why this, why now, why there?
Not really in much detail, no. I mean, I think they would say that the purpose is just what you explained, that, you know, Colorado is planning to do all this development. And so, but I don't know that that satisfies the purpose and need, especially when I think we feel like in that NEPA process, they'll have to consider the impacts to Colorado's obligations under the recovery program. And they seem to think that that's not going to be considered, but
I think you covered it. I think, you know, when we've heard them talk in the purpose and needy terms, I like that. I'm going to use that again. They just refer to the compact and say, this is the way to avail ourselves of the rights that we have under the compact. Therefore, we need to do it. So I'll just leave it there.
and I think, you know, the reason I include some of that history is that it's important to understand, you know, I think maybe there's a misunderstanding of or an unhappiness about the compact and the way it's written. It was written in that way for a reason. It was written because of the history and how the development occurred, and the fact that the water in that lower section of the river entering Nebraska was a result of water development in Colorado. And so I think it's important to understand that.
Jairus?
Yeah, thank you, Becky. Yeah, I appreciate the presentation from both of you. back in my reign of terror as state engineer, to Sean's question, why and what and who and where and why now? There's an ingrained feeling in Nebraska that they really got taken to the cleaners when the compact was set forth. And it's ingrained in their blood. It's like Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, they can't get rid of it. And I'm not sure that's true so much for the present generation, but for the officials in Nebraska, when I was dealing with them, it was really a very real issue for them. And I don't know how, as an engineer or an attorney, you can deal with that. Maybe a psychotherapist.
Maybe all I'll say about that is that's the reason why we're making an effort to do some of this education more broadly about what, I mean, reading specific language in the compact so that it's out there. And that's how it was written. That's what the states agreed to in 1923.
All right, Ken?
Yeah, quick plug for the PRIP. I've been lucky enough to watch it since its early days due to Four States Irrigation and other CWCB officials. Obviously, I'm very far from it, so have no physical connection to it, but it was brought home last night. We had our predecessors that set up all these great compacts. And as I've watched the PRIP, as Amy pointed out, the state's put a lot of finances into it. It's taken a lot of time. And we all have friends outside the water world that ask us, have no idea what we do, why we put all this effort and human resource and funding into it. So I met a friend last night from Fruita who loves to travel. And he said, on your bucket list has to be Kearney, Nebraska when the cranes are there. And I've caught him in the Rio Grande, Bosque, I've caught him in Alamos area. So now Kearney's on my list. So there is a result to what we do over these decades that's recognized, because this individual manufacturing engineer, no clue about water, but he sees the results. So we got to stick at it. Keep up the good work, Amy, Jason.
Do it for the pallid sturgeon.
He did not mention the plover, the sturgeon, but you got to have the visual one, the cranes.
All right. Any other questions on this? We have one other interstate issue to talk about.
I'm going backwards.
What? I couldn't hear. Oh, yes. Yeah, we should have actually done that one also. Thank you for that. We'll put that on the agenda. The river won't be over. But it actually would have been good to have that so people can see how many balls we are juggling at the same time. And I think that's incredibly important. There's a couple different people that are working on that, I think, is part of the reason. Yeah. But
I'll just say I was in El Paso last week with the special master for the Rio Grande case, educating the special master on all of the lower basin components that are part of that Supreme Court settlement. So we can certainly provide an update on that maybe at the next meeting, but I'm hoping by the time you meet next time that it'll be all signed and the United States will be dismissed from the case. So.
thank you. Okay, we can move on to the next one. Sorry about that, Heather. I took note. Remember, the agenda came out. We could have added to it. All right, we're going to go into Colorado River updates.
Okay, switching to another type of fun. Okay, Colorado River. Just switching to the other half of my brain. Just give me a minute. So, of course, we're here to talk about the post-2026, the negotiations for post-2026 operations of Powell and Meade. And I always like to start this with just the timeline showing where we are in this process. 2026 used to feel like a really long ways away, and it is suddenly feeling very, very close. So that's when the 07 guidelines expire. Of course, everything we're doing right now is focused on negotiating a new set of operational guidelines for Powell and Meade before that happens. So, we have been meeting regularly with the other basin states and the federal government for a while now. To take us back just a little bit farther, as you all are very aware of, we submitted our Upper Division States alternative back actually in March of last year. We submitted some refinements that we've discussed late last year. And again, since then, we've been talking with the other basin states. Early this year, Reclamation released an alternatives report that I think I talked to you all about the last time I saw you. But today, I think we really want to bring you up to speed on where things stand, and we have some kind of real-time updates to share with you on the status of the basin state negotiations. So I'm going to get right into it. We've been meeting regularly for months now, trying to figure out, what a consensus approach might look like. And I think it's an important time to reflect on a few things. One being what Commissioner Mitchell's priorities were at the outset of this. And as you likely recall, because you helped shape those, one of them is coming up with a supply-driven approach to management of Lake Powell and Lake Meade. So we know that the problem with the current guidelines is that they're really based on demands downstream. The demands of Arizona and California have driven operations of Lake Meade because of how the 07 guidelines work. That has resulted in high releases out of Powell during a record drought on the Colorado River. So I think everyone in this room is pretty familiar with how we got into this mess and why we are where we are. But again, I just want to take us back to the focus on sustainable supply-driven operations of Powell and Meade. So that was the overarching goal, the overarching theme, the motivation and the framework for the Upper Division States alternative was that supply-driven approach. So a concept that has come up in basin state discussions and gained some traction is a different type of supply-driven approach, but it is, in theory, a supply-driven approach. So we're going to talk a bit about what the discussions have looked like and what this might be. So the idea, you've probably heard in the news lately, the lower basin calling it a divorce. I'm going to call it a conscious uncoupling because I'm a millennial, but also because I just think those are slightly nicer words to describe the idea. But really what it is can we come up with a supply-driven release approach for releases from Lake Powell and allow the upper and lower basins to manage within their own supplies and just focus the agreement on the Powell release. So that's the idea. There are three key kind of parameters that would be considered if we were to move forward with this approach. That would be first, natural flow. So the idea under discussion is you look at the natural flow of the Colorado River as measured at Leaf Ferry. I'll come back to this. You look at a certain number of years preceding what the natural flow is, and then you negotiate a percentage of that is then released from Lake Powell for the upcoming year. So the three key parameters are, how many years of natural flow are we looking at back into the past? We think that 3 years might be a good time frame. There's generally agreement about that across the basin states. It would be reflective of the hydrologic conditions, smooth it out just a little bit, but not too much. Of course, maybe I'll just skip to the upper and lower bounds. So this would be subject presumably to an upper Powell release bound and a lower bound. So you can't just say release 2 million acre feet from Powell because there are some environmental concerns that we might run into and other issues. So upper and lower bounds, but finally, this is kind of where the rub is, the percentage. How much is actually getting released from Powell? So that is a point of discussion, shall we say. So again, this is one way at looking at supply-driven operations. There are a lot of ways of looking at it. You probably recall in our Upper Division States alternative, we called for a Powell release curve that would be based on contents of Powell, so that Powell is not releasing a lot of water when it's very low, as has been done in the 07 guidelines. This is another way of looking at that. But it's only a supply-driven approach if the parameters are right? Because you can still have an unsustainable release from Lake Powell that is driven by downstream demand if that percentage is too high. So in theory, it can be supply driven, but only if it's developed appropriately. And here's the big thing. It's an opportunity to set aside legal arguments. So the way that this was presented is, hey, let's just stop talking about all these compact issues. Let's set those all aside. In fact, maybe we can have an agreement saying we're not going to argue about those things and they will not become an issue for the course of this agreement, and just focus on the Pell release. It also, again, is a mechanism to allow both the upper and lower basins to manage within available supplies. And what we know is that if the Powell release is based on actual conditions, in theory, this should force the lower basin to live within a budget, something they have not been doing throughout the course of the 07 guidelines. So again, if designed appropriately, it provides a mechanism for the lower basin to figure out how to live within their budget. And in the upper basin, we would manage our available supplies as we have been doing successfully for a very long time with strict administration of water rights. Here are the things it is not. And I want to be very clear about this because I'm sure that we've all heard a lot of things lately in the media and elsewhere. It's not a delivery obligation. We did not agree to a delivery obligation in 1922 in the Colorado River Compact. We're not agreeing to a delivery obligation today. We are setting aside those legal arguments if we were to pursue this path and strictly talking about a release from Powell, not a delivery that we owe. And more generally, it's not a determination of any compact issues. And I say that while also acknowledging that, to take us back to the concept and natural flow and where it's measured, it's at Lee Ferry, right? So essentially that would be measuring an estimate of what the flow of the river would be if there were not any depletions above Lee Ferry. So what would the flow of the river be there if not for any upper basin depletions? Like, what is the river producing? Lee Ferry is above the lower basin tributaries. So by going down this path, you are already making a determination that you're not going to look at lower basin tributaries. And that can be okay depending on the percentage, right? Depending on what the deal actually looks like. But I think our perspective is that we have to at least be cognizant of the fact that that is where the natural flow would be measured, and that has some meaning for us in the upper basin, right? So we want to be very clear about that. Wow, that's the end of my slide. So a couple points here. This is still really under discussion by the basin states. This is not something that anything has been decided on. It's a concept that is up for discussion. Sitting here today, I can't tell you with any certainty that it's going to move forward. The upper division states have signaled a willingness to talk about it, to think about it, to look at how it would perform. And here's the thing. What we know is that it has to perform better than the 07 guidelines. We know that it has to, the way that it would come together, protect the system, help rebuild storage in Lake Powell, that we can't do something that's going to put us in a worse situation than we've been in under the 07 guidelines. So that's where the percentage really matters a lot. We also know that we are going into this next year with really unfortunate, unfavorable hydrologic conditions. We are seeing that Lake Powell is at risk of hitting 35-25 in early 2026. So there are some real challenges with going into a brand new operational framework with very depleted storage and very bad hydrologic conditions. And so on one hand, that is, I can't even think of the right adjective. It's very bad and unpleasant and hard. At the same time, it is a stark reminder of why we need to do this all better. We cannot have operational rules that continue to deplete our reservoirs and continue to have us teetering on the brink of crisis. So we're hoping that that might be motivation to get us across the finish line in a way that is good and positive, but it's truly yet to be seen whether that's going to be achievable. So I'll leave it there.
Can I add some color commentary? Would that be okay? So a couple things I want to put an exclamation point on what Amy was saying. She is 100% absolutely right in terms of this has to do better than what we are doing now. And we would be silly to sign on to anything that doesn't do that. not because we owe the lower basin anything, but because we owe you all something. And we owe the 40 million people something. I want to also emphasize what we have committed to in terms of initial unit releases and conservation programs. That is not to sustain lower basin uses. That is for the resiliency of the system. And I want to also put a couple other exclamation points on some of what Amy said in terms of the natural flow potential idea. And I don't want there to be an expectation that that's the only way forward at this point. What I'm saying is if we can make something work, we're getting creative. Folks in the Upper Basin are working pretty much every day on this 7 days a week, trying to say, what can we do? What can we commit to? The Upper Basin, because we operate differently, and I think there's the fundamental difference of what our responsibility is strict administration. When we talk about what our responsibilities are in the Upper Basin, that's what we have done for the system. And that's what we will continue to do for the system. I want to make sure that you all are assured this isn't a delivery obligation. This is not a delivery obligation. I want to make sure everyone hears that in the room. We didn't agree to that in 1922. There is nothing that I will sign that does that. There is also nothing that I will sign that commits the Upper Basin states to mandatory cuts. We do not have the authority to do that. What I will commit to doing is doing our best for the system. And I want to remind folks what also how Article 2 defined the system. Article 2 defined the system as the Colorado main stem and its tributaries. So when you look at this natural flow proposal and it being above Lee Ferry, that is not the entirety of the system as defined by the Colorado River Compact. And so when we talk about what's already given and what the release is based on the natural flow, whether it's percentage, whether it's a volume, whatever that is, when you're looking at a supply-based system, we have to factor in that there are other things happening in the system. And so I wanted to make sure that you all heard the facts. That is a give to even be looking at this and looking at it in this way. And so I want to leave it at that. I think, one other thing. If we're looking at doing something completely new, it's a relatively new way of looking at things. Not necessarily for us, because we always work in a supply-based system. We don't have the two largest reservoirs above us to kind of neutralize climate variability. We don't have that, right? So it's a relatively new way. We can't design something that favors one side or the other's compact theories. We can't design something to fit to somebody's desires for a certain release. We have to design something that is truly based on what's happening in the system. And so it shouldn't favor either side. If we're looking at setting aside our legal theories, it can't favor either side. That includes our side, guys. I think we have some strong legal arguments. The right legal arguments. But we don't want to do that. We don't want to go there. And so we'd hope to not go there. But I have heard from you all, and I get emails almost daily when they hear some of what's coming out of the press. not in Colorado, but south of us. And I know it's offensive. I am not offended for me. I am offended for you. And I hear that you all are offended by what comes out of that. It's, first of all, not right. There is no shirking of responsibilities. We fulfilled our responsibilities. We will fulfill our responsibilities. But I got a very specific email after, and I'm not going to call out who, but I got a very specific email after some of the press in the lower basin and the accusations towards the upper basin. And it was, this year is a perfect example. What more do they want from us? At this point in time, the Southwest Basin was set to get 30% of their allocation. It's up a little bit now, but what part of that are they expecting? What part of that are they expecting? And that's what I'm taking in with me as we're in these conversations. And so I want to make sure you hear that I hear that. And I think I'll leave it at that. I'll come up with some other things that I want to say, I'm sure, based on questions. Oh, yes, Greg.
So Amy, this definition of natural flow, I think what you said was it's what the flow at Leaf Area would be without Lake Powell and without any human activity in the upper basin?
That's roughly correct. Yeah. I mean, essentially, what would the flow of the river be if nothing were happening above it?
So when
Mr.
you,
State Engineer, did I get that close enough?
I mean, it's effectively subtracting off consumptive use in the basin.
can't hear you, sorry.
Effectively, it's the idea of calculating a natural flow at that location by taking the flow that's there, that's gauged, and subtracting off the consumptive uses that have occurred in the upper basin to come up with what the natural flow would have been. Is that?
Okay, but yeah, when I think about, and I'm not someone who does modeling, but of any kind, but when you think about modeling that, then you're also considering, all these impact, I mean, you're measuring the snowpack, I guess?
You're measuring stream flow.
You're measuring stream flow. Okay. And are you in theory accounting for changes to the tributary groundwater that are either human or naturally caused, and soil moisture issues and all that? Or you think you can,
Well,
it just sounds like really hard to get the real number.
I think you're pointing out an inherent challenge in any of this, which is using, previous years' performance to determine future releases. And that's just, that is an issue with the approach. I mean, that's maybe one benefit of the Upper Division States alternative is that you're looking at real-time storage in Lake Powell and basing releases off of that. I still think that this could be, because the last 3 years and that's part of the reason you're looking at 3 years, right? Not just 1 year, because 1 year can be an outlier for various reasons that you just went into. But if you're averaging 3 years, then ideally you're kind of capturing, what has the hydrology been like for the last 3 years and using that as a metric. It's not perfect because you can't really real time say this is the natural flow this year and we should build a release based on that, because you would have so much variability there, I think is the concern. But it inherently does not capture all of the nuances of how and why water actually showed up where it did, right? Or how much. I don't know if that was a great answer, but that's what I've got.
And I think also thinking about it this way a bit is it sets a budget based on supply rather than hopes and dreams. And so I think that's what it's trying to do, set a budget. It's variable, which I think is a huge step for the lower basin. that is going to require some heavy management and heavy focus on, okay, what's happening this year? What are our plans for next year? And hopefully it sets up the stage where they manage what's coming out of Meade. But they're going to have to take responsibility for that. The other thing I want to say is that we're spending a lot of time on this. This is essentially just focused on the Powell to Meade release curve. That is what this is. That is a small part of the conversation that has to be had. I also think it's a distraction from the conversation that needs to happen. That doesn't really involve us. And I think part of the reason why there's so much focus on this and trying to, it almost feels like trying to not get to this solution is to avoid the really hard conversations that have to happen. And those conversations are not, if we do this conscious uncoupling, I have a struggle saying that, but if we do this conscious uncoupling, we're not a part of those conversations, right? The conversations about how to deal with what their budget is primarily on the lower basin. That's what needs to actually be focused on. Regardless of what happens with this, there needs to be the agreements within the lower basin. And when I heard Randy talking this morning about the mutual aid agreements that happen in Grand Junction, that's what needs to be happening in the lower basin. And that's where the focus should be spent right now. We have that set up in the upper basin. It's called administration. And the water users are proactive. You have examples like Grand Junction working with their neighbors and having things set up for rough times, right? That's happening already. The real work to be done for post-2026 is how first do they come up with the 1.5? They have talked about it on a gross level, on a high level of this is the number and this is each state. But they haven't been able to figure out how to do that within themselves. And that's the real heavy lift. That is the real heavy lift. And so I think often folks focus on this to not focus on that. And so I'm hoping that we can get to a place on this Powell release that allows them to get onto the hard work and us not have to be a part of that. That is going to be hard work and that's going to suck for them. And there are some potential opportunities there too. You can make agreements across the states. You can create your budget and work within it. And I think that's an important component and benefit to this. Andy, I know you got something to say. I see you looking. Anyone else? Yes.
Well, first I want to thank Amy and Becky and the rest of your team for the work you guys are doing. We definitely appreciate it and know that it's a lot of travel, a lot of hard hours, and maybe a little bit of name calling that you're receiving. So appreciate you doing that on our behalf here in the state. I guess maybe a couple observations and then a question. You touched on the tributary issue in the lower basin. And I couldn't agree more with you that the compact is really clear that the Colorado River Basin is defined as the river and all of its tributaries, both in the upper and lower basin. I had the pleasure of attending a conference in the lower basin just within the last couple months. And they have convinced themselves of a tremendous fiction dealing with the tributaries in the lower basin, which I think our state needs to understand. I know you, Becky, do, and Amy does, but I think the rest of our state really needs to understand, folks on this committee, to understand why we are such a loggerheads on this issue. Arizona and California, went to the Supreme Court and spent over a decade litigating and got an opinion out of the Supreme Court that dealt not with the compact. In fact, it expressly said it was not defining the compact. It was only addressing the 1929 Boulder Canyon Project Act, right? And their respective rights in the lower basin within that act. And that's the act that funded and enabled the construction of the Hoover Dam, right? Lake Mead. And it also happens to be the provisions under which the lower basin ceded their sovereignty on water to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, the Department of Interior, and created the water master as the Department of Interior as the water master in the lower basin, something we've never done, and hopefully we never will. But in that case, it addressed the tributaries as far as those states, not us. And so it didn't define the compact. It didn't interpret the compact. But when you listen to their legal scholars in the lower basin, they believe that they have a solid basis in the law to say that all of their tributaries are 100% theirs and don't count towards their consumptive use in the Colorado River. It is really important to understand that fiction up here, because when you're dealing with somebody who has that kind of a delusion, you have got to be able to counter that and understand where their delusion, where the root of the delusion is. And so I appreciate the work you're doing there, and I just want to mention that if this compromise that you're working on the natural flow doesn't work out, I think 100% our state needs to push the fact that they are consuming well over the 1 million acre feet intended in the compact in the tributaries. In fact, the numbers I saw from the Bureau of Reclamation put them at about 2.8 million a year out of the lower basin tributaries, 1.8 million over what they're entitled to. And that's on top of the 1.5 million in system losses and evaporative losses. So how do they get to these large numbers? It's through legal fictions that aren't related to hydrologic reality. So having a supply-driven agreement is very important. The question I now have is a little unconnected. Sorry about that. But I just wanted to help people understand at least where we see things from the River District's perspective. Clearly not speaking for the state, right? But the question I have is really related. I like the supply-driven process. The devil is clearly in the details in terms of percentage splits. My biggest concern is that in the 07 guidelines, Arizona in particular blocked the ability to look at a full range of potential future realities. And we dealt with future realities that didn't include a dry enough hydrology, the actual reality that occurred over the last 20 years, 25 years. My concern is, and I'm interested in how the states are addressing the idea that right now, if you look at the last 10 years, right, we're at about a 12.5 million acre foot river. If you look at the last 3 years, we're at 11.5 million acre foot river. If you listen to Brad Udall, which he's not been all that wrong about where the climate's headed, just want to point out, we're at likely to hit potentially a 10 million acre foot river. And the question is Arizona blocking the ability to make sure these guidelines anticipate what could be really, really crappy hydrology? And I say Arizona because they've got that junior right in CAP. And is that what's going on here? Or is this a process that the lower basin will truly have to live within the hydrology, even if it gets that bad?
If this natural flow proposal moves forward, what we're hoping is that it doesn't block that. I think what we have learned from the 07 guidelines is that we have to be prepared for everything. Now, there are some concerns that there are just some things that we won't be able to deal with. Regardless of whether we won't be able to deal with them or not in writing, we're going to have to deal with them in fact. And I think we have to design something that allows us the space to do that. The natural flow thought and idea does shift from demand-based to supply-based. And that is the largest benefit of this. We have been supply-based up here. Water still leaves the state to the tune of over 9 million acre feet a year, almost 10 million acre feet a year on average leaves Colorado. That's because of us fulfilling our responsibilities. That's because you all don't always love Jason. And that's because he has a hard job. And that's what we do for the system. And it creates a budget that they'll have to figure out. It also shifts the conversation to where the conversations always needed to be. You have a budget. As my mom always says, you can have anything you want, but you can't have everything you want. You can't have this booming development and all kinds of industries and not have plans to figure out what to do when the river is low. You have to figure out how to work within your budget. I see Ken and then Kathleen.
In the interest of time, I'll talk to you offline. And if you want to comment later, thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Wow. Kathleen.
Thank you. So way to make me feel guilty, Ken. I understand, I think, roughly what's happening here with this new framework, this new approach. I'm not following why the lower basin would be enthusiastic about this, because I understand that and would agree to it. I don't see how that shifts the dynamic of reaching consensus. Even though I do understand it's supply driven, I kind of get the 3 years, but I don't quite see why the lower basin would settle down using this approach.
I think their focus is on getting as much, really the crux of the issue is what the release would be, whether it's percentage or volume. It's the same thing regardless of looking at it in multiple different ways. It's the same thing. And that's ultimately the issue. We think with the upper division states alternative, there was a really valid release rule curve that was smart system management, we thought. But I'm hopeful we can still get there. I'm hopeful. But there has to be some realistic looks at this and what it means, and we're all in for a reckoning, especially if Udall is correct. It won't be easy up here either. It hasn't been easy. Ask Ken Curtis this year. Right? It's not going to be easy anyway. And I believe we're prepared. I believe we can do more. A lot is kind of waiting on what comes out of this agreement.
And Becky, can I just add one thing, which is that I think to go back to the conscious uncoupling component of this, the whole idea was let's not look under each other's rugs and get in each other's business. And we think about the business that they have that they wouldn't want us looking at. I would refer back to Andy's comments and where the natural flow in this calculation would be measured.
We are way overdue. And I know you guys love breaks. So we're going to break and we will come back at 11:15. I want to acknowledge that Senator Dylan Roberts is here. So thank you for coming. I really appreciate you being here. They'll tell you if they appreciate you being here after your report out. Oh. Oh, darn, I didn't know that. I do appreciate you being here, and everybody should bombard him on the break, and not me. But and then we'll come back at 11:15, and then we'll get to the real work. And y'all need to be on your best behavior because Senator Roberts is here, so you better show your best work. All right, thank you all, and we'll be back in a bit. All right. All right. Let's all sit back down. New people, Angie, Adrian, Ken, don't be a bad influence. Greg, Kelsey, come on, come on.
Yeah.
Rick, yeah, Rick, you, yeah, I see you. Yep, get back in your seat. Yeah. Oh, now everybody's getting coffee. I think we've got some stars of the show here. We're getting into the no and low regrets and I want to, can I note this now? Okay, good. I want to note that in initiating this item, the report will result in a proposal to the IBCC that will need consensus to advance. Remember, the IBCC is based on consensus. So the discussion item that follows is where it will be decided whether IBCC has consensus to continue to move forward on this. So the stars of this show are Sean Cronin, Pat Wells, Lisa Darling, and then of course the amazing staff, Kat and Jeff, who do a lot of behind the scenes work and help with all y'all. So I'm gonna turn it over to that group and go from there.
Thanks, Becky. Good morning, everyone. As Becky said, my name is Lisa Darling, and I am just going to introduce our subcommittee report that's coming up. And I want to acknowledge, in addition to Sean and Pat and myself, we also had several other members of the committee, the Ken from the Southwest and Ken from the White Yapa Green, and Carrie from the North Platte, and Joanne. And I want to welcome Angie and Adrian to the committee, the subcommittee, because I understand you've now signed up. So I'm just going to go over a little bit of the background, the why, the how, the results, and next steps, which Sean and Pat will cover. It's kind of the good and bad and ugly. And I thought it was funny that Becky kind of used that same term as well. Maybe we're just old and weary that we see the bad and the ugly, but maybe there's some hope that there's still some good. So the why, some of you'll recall that we actually started having conversations about the development of a work plan for the IBCC to give us a little bit of direction, probably several years ago now. But at our February meeting, we had a conversation about whether or not it was appropriate to revisit the 2013 No and Low Regrets document that had been developed for the first water plan. And when we were going to take a look at that, we were asked to investigate and compare what was in the No and Low Regrets strategy from 2013, and then what was in the Drought Resiliency Action Plan that was developed at the C9 Summit last year. Go ahead, Jeff. So this is kind of how we went about this, and this was Sean's. We'll blame it on Sean. This was Sean's idea to review the No and Low Regrets document, compare the C9 Summit drought resilience topics, and then identify what progress had been made on the items that were in the No and Low Regrets document. And you'll recall that that was a really significant document that was developed over years, as opposed to the C9 Summit topics, which were a different work product from a different time with a different group of people. But what we wanted to do is crosswalk those two to see what had actually been accomplished from the No and Low Regrets strategy, see if there were new priorities from the draft, and then review those similarities, and then come and make this report to the IBCC. So we met 4 times in 4 months, and I am going to go ahead and turn it over, I believe, to Sean? Pat?
Sean,
Sean?
the guy not in the room. Oh, there he is.
He disappeared.
Phil Donahue over there.
I was starting to get panicky. It's like, it says Sean.
I am so excited I had to stand, so and this microphone projects my voice better. So I'm gonna do this. So a question. How many have you read the 2013 No and Low Regrets document? Becky, you can raise 2 hands because your name's on it. Awesome. I'm going to come back to that. How many of you read staff's comparing the 2013 No and Low Regrets actions to the 2024 draft key themes document that we received?
Does the subcommittee count?
Does. How many of you, raise of hands, were on the IBCC during the 2013 No and Low Regrets strategies?
Wow.
3. 3? Okay. Thank you. Oh, this is how many of you were active in the IBCC? No, sorry, the roundtables during the 2013 No and Low Regrets process? About half-ish. So the reason I ask those questions is, for me personally, reading the 2013 No and Low Regrets document was really enlightening. And it brought me back to a time where we had some common language around some certain things, and we saw the world in a certain way. And I wanted to give some perspective on, or context of that different world, or more, perhaps more importantly, what has changed since then. So for me, as I read the document, you have to keep in mind this was pre-water plan. There was a time where the idea of a water plan was scary, and we were sort of freaked out, and it kind of created a motivator to say, okay, let's roll up our sleeves and help influence what that could be. It certainly was predated the second water plan and wasn't even a glimmer in our eye. And then, of course, at that period of time, there was no concept of funding. There was sort of kicking around the idea that maybe there would be some money somewhere, and we talked about maybe even a bottle bill for recycled bottles. There was no talk at that era of sport gambling, and certainly not, hey, if we did sport gambling, we're going to project a really high dollar amount based on some information from the gambling folks, and then realize we didn't even get that right. There's more money to be had, and go back to the ballot a second time to say, hey, can we have some more money from the gamblers? And so that wasn't even around in 2013. With funding, with a plan, it's completely logical that it would fall to some sort of organizational process to start implementing stuff. And so you start seeing the CWCB as an agency become really more and more involved. And I think for a lot of us that started to look like, hey, is the grassroots stuff like losing its luster? Are we really the roundtables in the IBCC? Are we still, is it grassroots up? And I would contend that still is the case. And part of my passion, and going back to the 2013 document, is this is a work product of the IBCC. And if you take some time to thumb through it, it harks you back to that time where we didn't know about funding, we didn't know about a plan, we didn't know who was doing what. We just had these concepts and ideas, but they listed out some very specific actions that actually ended up getting adopted into the water plan. And so staff's been going to show how that crosswalk, not only from No and Low Regrets to Drought Resiliency Action Plan, but also into the water plan, and how things have sort of evolved from the water plan. So I was way off script to begin with, so I'm going to get back to the script. My scoutmaster used to say, engage brain before mouth. And he always said it to me more than anyone else in the troop. I don't know why. I'm done with slide 5. So it goes to Pat now? Okay. Pat, you want to stand? It's awesome.
It's really tempting, but I can't do the Phil Donahue thing like you're doing. So
Look at the camera, followed me. That's awesome.
it's following you. That's Yeah. That one time.
One.
So I guess, gosh, where do I pick up? I think I'll take it where, what was the terminology we were using at this time and kind of what was going on with IBCC, and how many times it could have been a drinking game. How many times did we hear the word the gap? How do we fill the gap? Did we hear non-consumptive needs? There were things we were trying out, like the watershed flow evaluation tool, which preceded stream management plans, which preceded how we talk today about beaver dam analogs and sediment mobilization and these sort of things that are more in kind of this the common lexicon. But it was things like, how do we advance and can we set conservation targets? And at that point, if you look back at this document, you see that the conservation target was actually tied to the storage target, acknowledging kind of that tie between conservation and storage as both being part of the kind of a balanced statewide portfolio. Or I think if anyone wants to jump ahead of me, the legs of the stool, right? That was just kind of in our lexicon. And so as we look at how those discussions have evolved today, you can see the results. Here's how we were talking about things in 2013, and here's how people viewed things through these facilitated exercises and in our discussions at the C9 around the DRAP. We no longer speak generally about non-consumptive needs. We talk about nature-based solutions and natural infrastructure. We talk much more about fire management and post-fire wildfire recovery. What I find interesting is in the 2013 plan, we were very focused on seeking to reduce the loss of irrigated agriculture. And we actually had very specific targets on implementing ATMs, making those work, translating them from a policy level to a ground level. This really nice kind of alignment between goals and strategies. Conservation's another good example where I know several municipal water providers actually set their integrated water resource plan targets to basically mirror a low conservation strategy, a medium strategy, a high strategy. And so their scenario planning is now largely based on the work done by the IBCC, which I think is really important. And then today, as our conversation has evolved, I think Kat did a really good job of kind of reminding me that the reason it's evolved is because now we're talking more about risk and what levers or things can you throw at risks and a wide variety of future to minimize risk on a system level, on a basin level, on a statewide level. So you're no longer looking at where the supply matches the demand from, there was a lot of discussion in particular about how to meet the municipal water supply gap. Today, we talk more holistically about how to manage risk, how to be more resilient, how to bounce back from droughts, and how to kind of acknowledge this new reality that we are faced with, statewide. The C9 DRAP key themes, one of my takeaways was that in some ways the categories are more general and we haven't yet got to that new process of defining a roadmap of how we discuss what's included in all of these buckets, how we set measurable goals and outcomes, and how we measure those outcomes. That's kind of done in the water plan now and in these two iterations, but I think it's a valid discussion of how we get there with the next water plan update. And then I think it's a discussion that the IBCC should have about what, when people say protecting Colorado's agriculture, what does that mean today? Does that mean something different than 2013? Can we do that just with the ATMs? Can we measure that? Or, how do we get past kind of some of these buzzwordy things to actual measurable actions and outcomes. So I guess that's what we identified to some extent in the results on a subcommittee level, and it was really helpful for how we start thinking about the next C9 summit, how we think about kind of this long journey that will be if the IBCC accepts this proposal, well, where we'll go from here and how we'll map this out, and maybe what our work will look like the next couple of years. And with that, I think Kat and Jeff, you'll kind of show us where we're headed.
Yeah, so in addition to the subcommittee work, they took a lot of the topics from the C9 Summit and the main goals in the 2013 document. Kat and I took a look at trying to describe how the actions listed in the 2013 document have progressed over time. And so I just want to remind everyone that in that 2013 document, they set a 10 to 15 year horizon for those actions. So as of 2025, we're about 12 years in. And those no and low regret strategies have been incorporated both programmatically in the work that CWCB supports and taken either wholly or in parts as recommendations and goals in numerous statewide planning documents since 2013. The discussion has evolved, the documents have evolved, from SWASI to the water plan to the tech update to the basin implementation plans and all of that. So many of those strategies identified in the no and low regrets document were incorporated into the basin implementation plans and the water plan through the agency actions or the basin priorities. And numerous efforts to advance the no and low regrets strategies have advanced, and Colorado as a whole has made pretty substantial strides through most of those strategies. Notably conservation, watershed health, integrated planning, public education, those have all advanced pretty successfully. And then progress in areas like reuse or ATMs, now known as collaborative water sharing agreements, continue to evolve, although the groundwork was laid in 2013 to implement even more adaptive and resilient water management solutions going forward. So I just want to highlight a couple here, and if the proposal is accepted by the IBCC, we'll probably do kind of deeper dives on each of these as we progress through this discussion at future meetings. But wanted to highlight the goal to minimize statewide agricultural acres transferred and some of the work CWCB's done there. A lot of conversations around that are still evolving, but a lot of CWCB initiatives have gone to support that. A program for funding water sharing agreements is a category in the Water Plan Grant Program, and CWCB has incorporated collaborative water sharing agreement goals into the 2015 water plan, numerous agency actions in the 2023 water plan. The basin roundtables incorporated it into most of the basin implementation plans and a lot of basin goals around water sharing into both their 2015 and 2022 water plans. We continue to create and update critical reports that showcase water sharing projects across the state, creating more resources and helping advance the discussion around the use of collaborative water sharing agreements in management and planning across the state. The next one I wanted to highlight is this having high success rate for IPPs. We don't call them that anymore. Well, sometimes we do at Basin Roundtable meetings, but those are projects identified by the Basin Roundtables, demonstrating a need for projects and development around the state. We continue to support the work of the Basin Roundtables in creating opportunities to have high success of those projects. through CWCB funding programs that can directly support the advancement of those projects, with both loans and grant programs, continual growth in the water plan grant program since 2017, and CWCB's attempt to stabilize the Water Supply Reserve Fund funding in 2022 so that basin roundtables can better plan and prioritize those projects on their projects list for advancement. The basin roundtables originally created those project lists in 2015 and then updated them again in 2021 and 2022 in conjunction with their basin implementation plan updates. CWCB also created an online database to house all of those potential projects and future projects so that basin roundtables can access and update their list more regularly. And that work continues to evolve, and CWCB remains committed to making the process more accessible and easier to update those lists. The creation of the Water Plan Grant Program and funding through various voter initiatives demonstrate state level support to developing water projects across the state. And these are really just two examples of how the strategies from the No and Low Regrets Action Plan have become embedded in statewide programming and policies. And I think the subcommittee's executive summary offers additional details on a lot of these strategies outlined in the No and Low Regrets document. So yeah, take a look at that when you get a chance. I'll hand it back to Sean.
So if you're tracking, I'm over here now. So I'll refer you to the document that staff had sent out to us, the 2013 No and Low Regrets Actions and 2024 Draft Key Themes Executive Summary. And on page 3, just paraphrasing or cherry picking some of the language, developing a new no and low regret framework. The IBCC will need a work plan and process. Prior to each IBCC meeting, members can work with their basin roundtables to gather basin-specific priorities, including opportunities and challenges. CWCB staff will review and share progress made on the 2013 No and Low Regrets. This can be in conjunction with information of the basin roundtables to update No and Low Regrets for the next decade. So the reason I highlight that is I've been on the IBCC for, I think, a decade. And I think I've been through 4 IBCC chair director folks, and each one has their, so what do we ought to be doing? And I remember under Director Gibbs, the IBCC said, we need a work plan, because that's what organizations do when they try to figure out what it is they should be doing. And that had some excitement for a meeting or so, and then it kind of disappeared. I was excited to see with this document, it talked about, use the word framework and a forward vision, and it said need a work plan and a process. In my mind, I go back to 2013. I think that work plan was laid out. Again, we did not know in 2013 who was going to do the work. We didn't know where funding was going to come from. We didn't know the agency's ability to do things. We didn't even quite know how each basin in the state would sort of get along and sort of rally around some universal language. And Pat did a great job of describing how some of that language has evolved. So as I've had these conversations from our last IBCC meeting and said, I think there's value in sort of reflecting on 2013 no and low regrets. Many of you have come to me and sort of said, like, so what would be next? And it's been interesting because I think those conversations are on a timeline that doesn't lend itself to this kind of process. And it might just be the way we've been kind of cultured as the IBCCs. We have 2 meetings a year and we're in calendar year 2025. So let's have some conversations over 2 meetings and we'll be good. This is a long play. and this was where the subcommittee came out, is this can be very, very informative to the technical update, which, by the way, we used to call Swazi, and then the water plan, which, by the way, we used to call Colorado's water plan, and we dropped an S at some point. So again, there's opportunities to really use the IBCC in a way, and I believe that is our work plan. That is what we can do for multiples of years, going all the way up to a technical update. So in the document that staff had provided, you see sort of a rough outline of a calendar where October of 2025, we might just really dive into a C9 topic. In this example, storage climate scenarios. And then the 2013 no and low regret tasks or additional subtasks, and just focus on that for a large part of the meeting. Of course, we got to talk Colorado River, right? We'll get that out of the way, and then we'll get to jump into this. So the subcommittee, I think, took us a while as a subcommittee to sort of picture this timeline in our mind, and so I'm doubling down on the emphasis because we were rolling up our sleeves on 4 meetings and it took us a while. So I just wanted to really emphasize it to this group is it will be an IBCC effort for multiples of years. Yep. Is this me too? Yeah, look at that. All right. So the thought would be it's an iterative IBCC to the roundtables to the IBCC and staff to the roundtables and possibly CWCB board at strategic points, and us learning as an IBCC to go back to the basin roundtable. So for those of you who were involved in the IBCC in that 2013 era, you'll recall that not only as the IBCC, they met more often throughout a calendar year, but they had subcommittees created to do deeper dives on some of those actions in the 2013 no and low regrets. Once again, that was appropriate for that era of how we do water in Colorado. I think there's a recognition now with again the funding side of things and the strengths of the basin roundtables and the basin implementation plans, which weren't a thing back then, that there really needs to be this back and forth. So giving the space for us as IBCC members to talk to our roundtables, learn information, gather information, report that back to the IBCC, lean on staff to be able to provide support during those interim periods. What has been laid out is 3 times a year. Is that 3 times a year the IBCC would meet? That's more than we have done in the last 3 years. And there would be an expectation by the IBCC membership, us, that we would be talking to our basin roundtables in the interim period. As a discussion topic for all of us would be, is there things that we can do at a subcommittee level within the IBCC during the interim period to do deeper dives on things? I think that is coming as a recommendation by the subcommittee. That's not to say that it's written in stone or that we've thought of all the things. So I think part of what we wanted to discuss today is if there's trepidation around that sort of approach, and we can refine. I think even if we get into it as a group and say, we feel pretty confident this would be the best way to go forward, we might get into it and say, this just doesn't work. It's maybe not nimble enough. It's not as often as we need. It's too much, whatever that is. And I think for the subcommittee's perspective, we really thought it would be helpful just to put out there an idea on how this might work, but really be wide open to the IBCC and get your buy-in as to, first off, is this work plan that would support a technical update for, let's say, 2033 water plan? Good gracious. 2033 water plan, is that what we're doing? And again, I'll just bookend it with, As long as I've been on the IBCC, that has always been the question. What are we doing? Why do we get together? And why I had to stand up is I was just so darn excited is that I think this is something. I think this is really something. I think if you read the 2013 No and Live Regrets, and those of us who were on the IBCC at the time, it was not easy. There's some gnarly stuff in there that today we take for granted, but it was not an easy conversation. And so I'm excited that we might have that opportunity as well. And we could really get into some really complicated things because part of my OGs on 2033, can you imagine the population in 2033 in Colorado on I-25 and I-70? Can you imagine where all the water's coming from? Can you imagine the state of agriculture? But that's what we're doing. That's what the water plan's about. So we're having the opportunity to help influence that. And I'm really excited. So that's I think my last slide.
Sean, I'd just add too that as we went and kind of did our forensics on the 2013 plan, it really became clear how much of the work was done in the subcommittees. There was a conservation subcommittee. I remember Wayne Vandeshire and Taylor Haas, scheduling 2 or 3 calls a week to try and nail down what are no and low regrets conservation strategies. There was a non-consumptive committee that did a lot of work. You had, the conceptual framework iterations being tossed back and forth during that time. So to me, it felt really good and really rewarding to kind of get back in that groove with this subcommittee of how do we take something in a smaller group that's really tangible and wrestle with it and crosswalk it and kick things back and forth over email. And it was just a reminder of how much of that work got done back in that era with this model. So I hope that this isn't overwhelming or you're not, trying to clear your Outlook calendar like, holy crap, how am I going to find time for this? But it's just kind of a reminder of we've been here before. And I think it's kind of exciting that maybe we get to copy that model again.
And I just wanted to add really quickly, we've come so far. Sean mentioned all of the things that we didn't have when we did the first No and Low Regrets. And now what do we have? We have a water plan that has agency actions and partner actions, and those go hand in hand with this work. So it really is more supportive of the agency, more supportive of the state, I feel like. And I think that it could really reap a lot of benefits.
And a shout out from the subcommittee to staff support. They've embraced this when this was not the norm. This is not what they've been doing the last few years. And Kat and her crew and the leadership in CWCB have all said, what do you want to do? Well, how do you want to get this done? And they've been very receptive. So thank you.
I think we've wrapped our presentation. We can turn it over to Kelsey for the discussion.
All right. Hello, everyone. Can I get a report out of who is online for the IBCC? Are there any members online? Can you tell me who they are? Can we all know who they are?
1 second. I need to make this bigger. We've got a couple alternates who are online from the Amp-White Green and the South Platte. So their members are both here too. So just a heads up on that. Jeff Myers from the Amp-White Green, Bo Schaefer, governor's appointee. Let's see. I think that's it. There were a couple more that are coming in and out too. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just to make sure. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Ernest House Jr., governor's appointee too.
Awesome. Well, welcome to online IBCC members as well. All right, so I'm Kelsey McElroy. Most of you probably remember me from last time, and welcome to the new members. You have an ask before you from the subcommittee that was created, that subcommittee that's created the last meeting, and they have brought forward this proposal for you. You're a consensus-based group. So they are asking, is this a workable plan to move forward? You just heard a lot of information, some of it delivered very excitedly and quickly. So I want to take just a minute, and I mean a literal 60 seconds of dead air time for you all to just think about the proposal, jot down questions, clarification. Are there barriers? Are there significant barriers to moving the work plan forward? Things that you think need to be brought forward? And I'm going to do a whole silent minute, and I'm going to be quiet and go. All right, that has been 60 seconds of dead air time. So apologies to everyone online. I'm sure that was riveting. Before we jump into, I know there are comments and questions out there. One of the things that I just want to bring up real before we move forward is that most of the day you are getting information brought to you. And so I want to take another second here to just kind of change the tone here in the room. The IBCC is at this point asking for your engagement and your participation in this conversation, and we have a limited amount of time to have that conversation right now. And so this is going to be a different temperament than the last discussion you had, which was, bless you, Jim, much more open and freewheeling. This is going to be a much more directed conversation because we are working towards, is there consensus about this work plan moving forward? So we have, according to the agenda, 35 minutes to try to address some of this. If as we get to within about 5 minutes of the end of our time, if we are stuck, if it is clear that there are some things that need to be addressed further, if we need a safety valve, I will stop the conversation and transition the conversation to moving towards, hey, how are we going to address some of these concerns, or how are we going to move this forward? If we're not there and it seems like everyone is ready to take a poll on whether we have consensus, we will do that. So in order to make sure that we get everyone's comments, questions out, the first thing I want to do is just do an informal poll around the room and with online members. So if you are just like, yep, this is good, I'm good. I anticipate hopefully that from the subcommittee. If you're good, I need to see a thumbs up. If you've got a question, and this goes for online as well, if you've got a question, I'd like to see a hand up. If you're like, I have a serious concern here, I need to see a thumbs down. It doesn't mean you hate anyone in the room, but I just need to see a thumbs down. So everyone to thumbs up if you're good, question, comment, or thumbs down, substantive issue problem here. I'm also going to ask you, just to change the temperature in the room, everybody stand up and do this. Let's stand up, get out of your seat, get the blood flowing. You're being asked to engage and participate. All right, so thumbs up, hands up, thumbs down. And I'm going to write down, make sure I get everyone on here. All right. We got Dylan, hands. I'm going to just do questions. All right. Dylan, thank you. Thank you, Mark. Ken, you've both. All right. Kathleen, we've got a both. I love it. She's using the two hands. All right. Let's get Kathleen. Andy, thumbs up. Adrian, thumbs up. Jairus, comment or question? All right. Jairus. Carlisle, question. All right, or comment. Carrie, thumbs up. Becky, thumbs up. Sean, thumbs up. Lisa, thumbs up. Rick, Pat, Ken, Jim, Heather, Angie. Oh, question also. All right. And Ken, question also. How about our online folks?
We got one thumbs up.
Thank you. Ken B. All right. Thank you. One thumbs up,
Oh, couple thumbs up.
couple thumbs up.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, online people. Everyone, you can take a seat. All right. So here's where we're going to start. This is our list of people who are going to talk. And you can have the mic, have a question, your comment, and let's see what we can get addressed. So Kathleen,
Thank
please lead us
you.
off.
Oh, and I understand the time constraint, so I'll try to have a directed statement. First of all, I support the approach here, but one of the things Sean said was, are there any refinements needed? Are there any additions? Is there any, is the list complete of the bullet points where we compared today's world to the 2013 world? I would offer two things for the group. I don't think that the focus on ATMs is comprehensive enough on the ag loss. And there's a recent, I think we have to dive a lot deeper on that topic. And I say that based on the 2025 report that was recently released. It was an update memo that CWCB had done. And to put this into scale, right now, the ATMs, collaborative water sharing agreements, I apologize, Jeff, those account for about 30,000 acre feet worth of water. So comparing apples to oranges, the loss of ag land is usually measured in acres. But if you want to make the transition in your mind to acre feet being used on those lands, 30,000 acre feet of water compared to, in the last 5 years, using Robert Zakata's god-awful slide that you probably have all seen, the blue, I know, this is on you, the blue drop. So in 5 years, we've lost 400,000 acres of ag land, and we've got 30,000 acre feet tied up in water sharing agreements. It's not to scale. It's not making a dent. They're not working. The report says that they're underutilized. That's not to say that they shouldn't be used in the future, but if we hang our hat on that, we're not getting that problem addressed at the level it needs to be addressed. So that's my number one thing. And then my second thing is I really think one of those bullets should have been funding. And yes, the sports betting, thank you, Senator Roberts, has helped. But again, I don't have the water plan gap dollar figure for infrastructure needs memorized, but the amount of money coming in from sports betting is helpful, but it's 30 odd million a year. And I think our gap cost for infrastructure is in the billions. So we're not there yet. That's a big help, and it moved us forward since severance tax is so variable, shall we say. So those two things, I really think funding is a real thing here. You cannot protect ag lands for free. They're a business. So they either need to be compensated to stay in business or to forego their water use. And it's all about the money. And I really think that should be elevated. So that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. All right. I want to make sure that Kathleen's comments are heard, and how are they going to be incorporated into the plan going forward? I think you've got some support. So do you feel comfortable moving forward, or do you need more?
Oh, you mean in general or?
In general, yes.
I'm comfortable if we give the loss of ag land a deeper dive and not just say, okay, we'll do ATMs and life will be grand. It's not working. We're losing ag land. It's a crisis, frankly. We've lost a third of our ag ground since 1997. And
I think what Kathleen's saying is she's volunteering to be on that.
I think she is, yeah.
So, yeah.
Actually, thank you for indulging me, you all. Thank you.
All right. So this will be on the list going forward. Yeah, Kat.
I was just going to add, Kathleen, that that's the intent of each of these across each category is to do a deep dive. So I'm excited to engage in those conversations.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Jairus.
Yeah, my comments are kind of general. I really appreciate the work the subcommittee did. I think it was a good product and not a lot of time to do it. And I'm sure it took a lot of blood, sweat, and toil to get it done. I generally agree with the timeline and the topics that are on that timeline. There's just one thing that, and I don't have an answer, but maybe some of you do. One thing that Russ George envisioned when he created this monster was cross-pollination between the basins. And I have been on this now forever, and I just don't see any cross-pollination going on. And I know that every basin has success stories that could be told and be useful in other basins. And I just wish we could come up with a way other than 2.5 meetings a year to get some cross-pollination between the worker bees and in the roundtable and our basins. Thank you.
Thank you, Jairus. All right. So a topic, are you proposing that that is a topic for the IBCC as part of this plan moving forward, or just making sure that it's part of these conversations? Okay.
Meetings a year to get the cross-pollination between basins. I know the Rio Grande Basin, for example, is working on some issues that we are in the Arkansas. But we don't talk to the Rio Grande Basin, and they don't talk to us. And I just would like to see a way to get those success stories integrated into my own basin roundtable.
Thank you. Sean?
You know, Jairus, I think that's a great point. And it occurs to me that as water nerds, we might focus on whether they're no and low regrets or drought resiliency action plan actions, that will be more of what Kathleen's talking about and what Pat described, you know, refocus on the gap. But it occurs to me, Jairus, when you said that there may be, as an IBCC who is statewide, and we have connectivity back to the roundtables, and we have CWCB directors that regularly participate, and we have our elected officials that participate. Perhaps we need to have some space for no and low regret actions that would be more mechanical stuff of roundtable actions, such as you know, roundtables will do a tour of other basins, or, you know, some specific actions that we as IBCC reps can take back to our roundtables and said, hey, if you had this in place, would this be something you would support? And it could live on, and there may be, you know, 2033 brand new faces sitting around this table, but we would have those actions in place that could keep that cross-pollination going for the long haul.
Yeah, you know, I've always said water is a religion. We have our own Bible. It's called Article 37 in the statutes. We have our own temples. Those are called water courts. And we have our own lexicon, which we speak and understand very clearly with each other. But step outside and ask someone out there in the bar if they understand what you're saying, and they're going to think you're speaking Greek. So somehow we've got to take that insular whatever we have and translate that into something meaningful to people on the street. I think the proposal is great. I support it, but I just feel we need to do something to get things moving other than just between ourselves.
Thank you. I think we made progress with this agenda of having the presentations from the other basins later on today. That's a good start, I think, to understanding what we're doing at the basin level, and that'll help me anyway. And then maybe down the road, we could have even a breakout session during the IBCC meetings where we could have adjoining basins chat with each other or something like that to start that out. That doesn't really address your concern about the general public not really following all of this, but internally, I think we even made some progress with this meeting with the agenda to do that. So was going to thank Kat and Becky for that.
Any other comments related to what Jairus raised? All right. So we have, increasing cross-pollination, both seeing it present in the meeting today and keeping that on the forefront as we continue to, as you, not me, as y'all continue to have these conversations in the proposal. Do you feel comfortable moving forward? Okay, thank you. Carlisle, you're next.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the group that is working on this. I think it's I appreciate your time and the work you did. I think it's a good document and a good proposal. I really appreciate it. My biggest concern comes in the area of the preserving agriculture and protecting agriculture. Quite frankly, that's not something that the IBCC is going to do because it's much bigger than just water and it's a much bigger issue. When we were doing this in 2023 and moving up to writing the water plan, there were a group of us that, included 2 or 3 IBCC members, but then a whole list of other ag leaders from around the state that were meeting and going through that plan on a regular basis, meeting at Ralph Sakata's office most of the time, or at a steakhouse there in Brighton, and involved a much broader group in giving input into what should be in there about agriculture. I don't think there's the expertise in this group to be able to do that without looking outside this group, to be considering all the inputs of what is really needed to keep agriculture whole and to keep us in business. And so I guess that's my biggest concern with what I see written, not just the ATM that Kathleen mentioned, but the whole bigger picture of agriculture. It's very complicated, and getting young people involved in agriculture is going to be even tougher because it's economically it's hard to do. And with that too, I hesitate to say what the IBCC should be doing down the road, because I'm very close to the end of my service on the IBCC, and I don't want to tell the ones that left what they need to be doing. But I appreciate the work the task force did, and it's good product.
I'll just make a comment related to that. I think we at CWCB have always seen the IBCC as sort of an integrator across the state. So I think the idea on doing a deep dive on each one of these topics at each meeting will allow some space to bring in the technical expertise for the conversation, or potentially provide some more information on work around the state pertaining to the topic, so that our discussions can be as informed as possible at the IBCC level.
Carlisle, does that help a little and address your concern? Okay. All right. Ken B, you're up.
Thank you. Well, I completely agree with what Kathleen and others have said about ag. That is a huge priority for us, and it's not a simple lift for us, certainly, but one that we can help facilitate. And I echo the concerns about funding, and I think that can fall into the discussion we have with Senator Roberts later today. Jairus, the cross-pollination, what what I've envisioned, and I'll just throw this idea out now because we're going to talk about the agenda for C9 later, but I think the morning of the first day could easily be committee meetings, subcommittee meetings, et cetera. The afternoon could be the cross-pollination between the various roundtables in what the leadership looks like, how you use executive committees, what the grants committee works like, how do you function? And because the committee meeting or the presentation that was done in Crested Butte, there were so many people there that just had questions. I mean, all we had was questions. And so it's an opportunity for us to really cross-pollinate. The second day we can do this really important homework that we have. But my comment, the reason I've raised my hand was that we have scheduled, and not that we can't have a scheduled time for collaboration and education, but I would argue that was my segment of the no and low regrets that I crosswalked with our C9 topics. And it's throughout the 2013 document. It's clearly a great opportunity, and it really belongs as part of almost every part of this discussion that we're having. So there is one additional thing that I would just highlight from my comments was that supporting education for new water leaders, elected officials, and the public, as well as mentorship. That's what you're doing, Jairus and Carlisle, is the mentorship of the new leaders, creating an internship and capacity building opportunities. These are, I think, our biggest opportunities in that area. And I want to make sure that we're not just waiting until 2027 to start talking about that. I'm an enthusiastic supporter of the subcommittee proposal.
All right. Are there any, we've gone through our list. Are there any other questions that have come up from what you've heard or that anyone has? Adrian, please go ahead, and then Ken Curtis.
Yeah, is sports betting revenue a sustainable source of funding for the long term? I hear what Sean said, that this has been this major boon and the revenue sources keep going up, and this might be a question for Senator Roberts, but are we going to see increased regulation for advertising similar to the scrutiny that tobacco companies faced with their advertising, or is there going to continue to be this like unfettered industry that's obviously a vice for a lot of people that we're really relying on funding for?
So that's a good question, and I'm sure you just are dying to answer it. For right now, because the question on the table is the overall work plan moving forward, I want to make sure that that question got noted down so that either you can ask it during the Q&A with Senator Roberts, or that it comes up when y'all tackle as part of that deep dive on the funding. Are you comfortable with that for now? Okay. Thank you, Adrian. Coming to the table hot. I love it. All right. Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, more a process question. If we do reach consensus, we have the existing subcommittee plus Angie and Adrian now. Pat mentioned under the prior no and low regrets, we had kind of multitude of subcommittees. And so we will have to have a process discussion if we go forward. I think Carlisle's comments, if you do talk about ag, it's bigger than water. So we're going to need outside experts. And then we mix in the C9 and you get lots of roundtable people and even the public. And so there is some process discussion going forward. I'm sure the subcommittee is willing to tackle that if we get consensus, but like that on the list. Thank you.
All right. Pat, do you want to?
I just wanted to echo something that Ken kind of reminded me of, and this goes back to clear back when we were coming out of C9 and we were energized and we went back to our roundtables and we started asking what their kind of no and low regrets action should be and stuff. And I think Sean and Jim and I all saw that it is an enormous lift for IBCC members, for staff, and for the roundtable members to have kind of get focus around what our tasks are and how we step through the feedback that we bring back and how we take kind of actionable feedback and results from the roundtable back here. And so I guess one of my concerns or a process question we need to talk about is how can we provide that structure or facilitation or whatever it looks like when we go back to the roundtables to where we're not always having to update those that weren't at the last meeting, or as a new idea comes in, how do you deal with that? So I think we talk a lot about how we work within the IBCC and what that looks like, but that's another big issue that I think we need to, at some point, we need to wrestle with is how can we productively facilitate these discussions within the roundtable to get actionable feedback.
Kelsey, I'll just respond to that quickly. I think that's a great point. And I think some things that we've thrown around as staff were that putting out a schedule with topics across multiple years is helpful in the sense of allowing some prep time for preparing for these conversations. Another thing that we've kind of considered is helping develop like maybe conversation guides or, something that could help facilitate gathering that feedback and leading a conversation. Because I do know it's a big lift and it can be really difficult and just wrangling the conversation. And I will give you Jeff too, to help with that facilitation. So signing him up for all of those conversations to support. So we want to be as supportive as possible and definitely will work with you all in developing that process.
I'll also just add that I think by providing just one topic at a time, because I was in on some of those subcommittee conversations at the South Platte, and when you just throw it out there, like, what should our low and no regrets be for this basin roundtable? There's a lot of things that come up, and it comes up fast. I was really impressed with Scott's ability to capture the discussion because it comes fast. So I think by trying to provide just one topic at a time, for a lot of you that meet with your roundtable monthly, you can span that discussion over multiple roundtables meetings to try to get everyone involved. And I think, for some of you that meet quarterly, that might be a little bit more difficult but by spacing out time between IBCC meetings, even we can allow for the different timing of the roundtables to sort of build to a discussion that will be informative here at this level. But I do think it's a great point and one that will probably evolve as this discussion evolves too.
Is one of the reasons that I brought up the collaboration theme as one that is consistent throughout, because if we're talking ag, then, where's the ag department and farmers union and cattlemen and others that have, a real interest in this, urban land use, where's CCI and CML? I mean, we don't have to do this by ourselves. In fact, we'll probably be way more effective when we do include the other groups. That it's that type of collaboration and partnership that's going to really help us be effective.
Yeah, I'll just add to that, Ken. I think you're absolutely right. And I really do see that as being the power of involving the roundtables is that a lot of those folks sit on the roundtable or are representatives to those organizations, and Robert's at every roundtable meeting as well. So that CDA piece of that will always be integrated. A lot of DWR members are at roundtables too. So I really do see a lot of that collaboration and reaching out to experts and bringing that in happening at the roundtable level, and inviting those folks to these meetings, but really focusing that work at the roundtable level, and including those folks in this discussion too.
Angie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to offer my help for communications with the roundtable, being involved in both basin implementation plans. We've got a lot of turnover on those who don't have a really strong history with what this is aiming to do. So offering that big picture will help them, understand how they're landing in on the process. So there's just a lot of new education that needs to happen. So I'd be happy to help you out on that.
All right. Any further questions from anyone in the room or online?
I have a question.
Where'd that voice come from? Kathleen. Okay.
I wanted to go back just to what Jairus said about cross-pollination and learning from other roundtables. It strikes me, Ken, when you talk about, or when we all talk about how to engage at the roundtable level and bring that information back and have the communication go both ways, how our roundtable has its challenges, and I would love to learn from others what works at their roundtable. Is there a way to phrase things? Is there a way to, because with COVID and we went to so many people being online, I think it's really taken a toll on our two-way dialogue in person for our meetings. And I'm wondering if maybe I can do it at lunch or something, but I would really love to learn from others what is working for them and maybe what their experiences have been. So that's kind of a little bit in line with what you were saying, Jairus, a little bit.
Yeah, Kathleen, you took the words out of my mouth. I was gonna plead to this group to help me figure out how to get input from my roundtable. I go to the roundtable meeting, I report, and I go, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to take up to these people that we can talk about? I get no input. And I don't know how to motivate these people. Either I'm not doing the job correctly, or they're a bunch of dummies. And I don't think it's their fault. So I really struggle with this, and I don't have an answer for you, but there's so much wealth of information and talent and skill in that roundtable. I mean, the cross-section of people is incredible. But how do you get it out of them? I don't know.
So I'll just add a couple thoughts here. I think what you two are saying and what Ken's saying and what the consensus around this group is about kind of cross-pollination is we'll certainly have an agenda item at C9 kind of dedicated to that, and potentially one maybe with a little bit longer discussion period. We've tried to do that at the last couple meetings, and they've both sort of taken a little bit different tone, but I'll probably be reaching out to the two of you and maybe some others just to help build that agenda item a little bit. And then also just adding to the idea of bringing this discussion back to the roundtable. One thing that we will really rely on you all is getting enough time on the roundtable agenda to not only talk about this, but also leave time for the discussion so that your roundtable members can really weigh in.
All right, I'm going to bring us, I'm sorry, Ken,
Just,
can you keep it short?
Yeah, very short. Jairus, one of the things that works is, as a facilitator or a chair, you can use the technique that Kelsey used today. She went around and did a roundtable to every member. You knew you were going to have to speak. And if everybody gets used to that happening at your roundtable meetings, that because so many people have an idea or an opinion, they're just shy, or they're afraid it's not a great idea and they're afraid to say it. But if they know they're going to have to say something, that usually helps facilitate that process.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Our roundtable president is an attorney. And so he's not used to asking people to talk. No, I'm just kidding. Mark does an incredible job, but that's a great idea. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you. All right, Sean, you're going to give us our final comment, and then we're going to move to just a informal consensus taking.
Thank you. I can't relate to being shy and not talking. I did feel uncomfortable with the 60-second silence, though. That was pretty brutal. So I guess I just wanted to make a comment and then a kind of a processy question for the group. So the comment is, thank you to the subcommittee. Thank you to staff. This is obviously something I've been passionate about. As I said earlier, I think it's something that we as an organization are we're looking for. So I'm really jazzed that there's complete consensus to move forward and do a lot of great work over the next couple, 3 years. So thank you everyone for your support in that. So that leads to the processy thing. I think there could be, you know, we we sort of voluntold the newbies that they're on the subcommittee, but I think in the spirit of consensus, you know, we should offer it up to anyone, and I think that's how the committee got created in the first place. Is people just said, "Yeah, I'd be willing." So I think that question ought to be posed to the group if there's folks that want to be on the subcommittee. But I don't think we commit the subcommittee to anything, because I think it was going to be IBCC, and then we were going to talk about and do these deep dives. But it does occur to me we've got a meeting in October of 2025, and so to help support staff, maybe the subcommittee lives up until October, and so the question would be offered out to folks of whether they'd be willing to join that, unless there's a different opinion on how we can best support to get to October.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and Jeff.
Yeah, I just want to add,
You're Jeff.
I think you're absolutely right. That could be very helpful to sort of advance the conversation as we lead up to October. I also think these dates are one meeting, and so I don't anticipate getting through a topic like protecting Colorado's agriculture in one meeting. And so I've sort of envisioned this, and Kat, feel free to just turn this mic off if I'm out of bounds here. But I've sort of envisioned this as like, we do a deep dive. We kind of focus in on the topics relating to the overarching general topic at the meeting. And then if a subcommittee needs to form to advance some of that work before the next meeting, we could do that and meet a few times and then sort of provide a little report out on progress. And they don't live like one meeting to the next and it's over. It's more of a continuing process, and subcommittees can form and dissolve as we move this discussion forward.
All right, that was maybe helpful. Okay, we're going to close the conversation right now in order for you all to actually have the consensus polling that Sean already thanked you for. So I'm gonna separate. It sounds like there's two kind of big things here. First is what we have been talking about, the proposal on the screen, is this workable for moving forward? And that's going to be the first question that I'm going to poll you all on. The second question will be, and I think it comes back to what's come up a lot, is process. What does the process look like? Needing some assistance with how to go back and forth with roundtables, how to ask for that input, how does the subcommittee function? So there's a process. How are we actually going to do this question on the table as well? So the first question, is this overall a workable plan to move forward? And then a second question about, which I think comes from what Sean and Jeff just said, do we want to have the subcommittee continue until at least October to maybe start tackling just some of the, how do we do this? I'm seeing nods. Can I see a no, if there is a no? Okay, all right. All right. Ken Curtis. All right. Let's get the blood flowing. All right, so everybody up. If you're at home, stand up. All right, so for the first question, is this workable to go forward? It doesn't have to be perfect. Can you live with it? You're not going to stand in the way. Thumbs up if this is like, I can't do this, then thumbs down. All right. Senator Roberts, thumbs up. Mark, thumbs up. Ken, thumbs up. I looked at Terry's name. I'm sorry, Kathleen. I almost said Terry. Definitely not Terry. Kathleen, Andy, Adrian, Jairus, Carlisle, Carrie, Becky, Sean, Lisa, Rick, Pat, Ken, Jim, Heather, Angie. All right, we have thumbs up in the room. How about online? One thumbs up from who? Call them out. Ernest, how?
One
Ernest.
thumbs up from Ernest.
All right.
Bo, Jeff, are you out there?
There's no abstentions, so.
There's no thumbs down.
There's no thumbs down. We're going to call that agreement. All right. So the first consensus, is this a workable plan to move forward? You have a workable plan to move forward. Good job. All right. Now actually comes the hard part. We're going to put it all on the subcommittee. So second question, are we okay with the subcommittee open to more members? Are we okay with the subcommittee moving forward until at least the October meeting to maybe start hashing out some of the process for how this will be accomplished? I'd ask for thumbs up if you can live with that. That includes the 2 new members.
They're willing to do it.
They're willing to do it. All right, thumbs up.
Hello.
I can live with this for now, and thumbs down for this is completely unworkable. All right, Senator Roberts, Mark, Ken, Kathleen, Andy, Adrian. Okay, Jairus, Carlisle, Carrie, Becky. Sean's got a question. I see that. We're going to move on. Lisa, Rick, Pat, Ken, Jim, Heather, Angie, and online. Hey, Ernest. Ernest.
One thumbs up.
One thumbs up. We're going to call that a consensus for now. All right. Good job. You've got a subcommittee until at least October to start potentially working out. So I keep caveating it for them, potentially working out some of this process. Work it out. All right. There you go. Sean.
It occurs to me that these new members of there's other new members that got under the wire last month or last meeting they were new. So I think the new should be broadly defined by anyone in the last 12 months.
All right. So if you would like to join the subcommittee, talk to Sean. You may all sit down. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to the subcommittee. I don't know if we've really taken a vote like that. I mean, not a vote. I don't know if we've ever given a thumbs up like that in a unanimous sort of way for a long time. So, and I don't think we ever stand up, which I think we need to be doing more frequently. And I mean that literally and figuratively. So I think we all need to stand up. And then we need to stand up and go to lunch and then come back and get to work. And when we come back, I want us to be as efficient as possible. And we have Dylan Roberts first on the agenda when we come back. And so I want all the hard questions prepared for him and the demands on him for next year, clearly stated. And so let's go to lunch. And then I need to disclose that I have to leave early today. I am driving to Salt Lake for a meeting tomorrow morning. And so I will try to inconspicuously sneak out at some point, but I wanted to let you all know that. The UCRC meeting that is tomorrow, and it is online, and you are all able to listen and watch. Or if you want to go to Salt Lake, feel free. It's only a few-hour drive from here. All right, let's go have lunch. It's like a taco bar out there, and it's amazing. to be sitting over there. All right. Just so you all are aware, we lost internet for a bit, so our Zoom folks aren't on, but I'm sure they'll come back as soon as we can. And we'll give everybody a minute, and then I'm gonna turn it over to Senator Roberts to talk about legislative past, present, and future, maybe, and go from there. Are we good with that? I'll just turn it over to Dylan. So, and like I mentioned, Senator Roberts is a member of the IBCC, and but oftentimes our meetings are during session, and his first job actually takes priority, and we understand that, and we appreciate the work you're doing under the Gold Dome, and none of this is possible without that. I think you heard when we talked about the no and low regrets. So much of the success of what has been implemented since 2013 has been because of the support and participation of the legislature. And so I want to thank you for that, and I hope you can pass that on to your colleagues.
Yep.
That's incredibly important. And then I'm going to just turn it over to you.
Great. Well, thank you, Becky, and thanks everybody. It's great to be with you all today, and I am very grateful that I get to be a member of the IBCC as the chairman of the Senate Agriculture Committee. My counterpart in the House, Karen McCormick, wish she could be here. She's out of state right now, but both her and myself are looking forward to being as engaged as we can with this group. And I hope you always feel comfortable reaching out to us individually about IBCC or, of course, legislative matters, which we'll talk about right now. So thank you. I do have a few slides that I'm going to go through, but definitely, this maybe take me 10 minutes at most. I want to take questions, feedback, and comments, and then, of course, any ideas for things in the future. So I think this clicker will work. So quick introduction. I know a lot of you in here, but for those of you that I haven't met yet, I'm Dylan Roberts, honored to be the state senator for Senate District 8, which is a very large geographic district. I live in Summit County, but this district is from central Colorado all the way to the northwest corner, the headwaters of the Colorado River, but also the Yampa River Basin, and many of the tributaries that are important to all of us. I've been the chairman of the Senate Agriculture Committee, Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee during my entire time in the Senate, which has been 3 years now, and I'm very passionate about working on water issues and agricultural issues. So that has allowed me to meet a lot of you great folks. So let's see if this works. There we go. So just some quick stats about the 2025 legislative session. If you're not following too closely, we meet every year for 120 days. We start in early January and finish in early May. So we've been done for about 2 months now. This year, about over 650 bills were introduced. About 500 of those passed the whole process. Most were signed into law, but the governor did veto 11 bills this year, which was a record for Governor Polis for a yearly veto count. Important to note, 87% of the bills this year in most years had bipartisan support. You often probably read about some very partisan battles that happen at the Capitol in the newspaper, but most of the bills we're doing are nonpartisan or very bipartisan and don't get a lot of attention, but help keep the state moving forward. Some major themes from this this most recent legislative session. Cost of living continues to be the most frequent thing we hear from our constituents. I'm sure you all know about this in your home communities. It's the one thing that connects my very diverse district, diverse politically, diverse economically, geographically, is things like housing, childcare, and just the general livability here in Colorado. By far, the biggest challenge this legislative session was our state budget, which will probably color some of the conversation we have in just a minute. The state does not have any money to spend. When we walked into the door for this year's legislative session, we needed to find $1.2 billion in savings in order to balance our budget. We are required to pass a balanced budget in Colorado. We cannot have a deficit like they do out in Washington, D.C., And for a few reasons, not because our economy is doing poorly, but because of the funding and financial constrictions within our state constitution, we had to find $1.2 billion in cuts out of about $19 billion that we have discretion for. So it's a pretty sizable percentage of the budget that we had to reduce. We were, of course, responding to actions at the federal level with a new administration. There were a lot of changes, particularly when it comes to funding and grants from the federal government. That certainly was a big theme, especially earlier in the year. And then protecting key priorities like education funding, and also did a lot of legislation and things that are probably of interest to this group related to the climate, environment, water, and agriculture. So I was asked to talk about some of the bills related to water that were passed this year. This is not an exhaustive list, but I think this is a list of what this group would be most interested in. House Bill 1115 was one that I had the honor of sponsoring in the Senate, but worked on this bipartisan bill with Speaker McCluskey, Rep. Soper, and Senator Catlin as well. And this was one we worked very closely with the Department of Natural Resources on as well, to create a statewide supply measurement and forecasting program. As folks in this room know, there's been efforts to measure snowpack and water supply kind of independently across the state, and some with more resources than others. What this bill will do is consolidate all of those measurement programs and put them under one roof within the CWCB. And then it will be public facing, and everybody will have access to this data. And I think this will allow us to make smarter decisions and better planning when it comes to our water resources. So that is a very exciting bill that I was happy to work on. Also excited to work on Senate Bill 40. This is a bill I brought forward with Senator Simpson. This is going to create what we're calling the Future of Severance Taxes and Water Funding Task Force. So severance taxes, as this group knows very well, is one of the main sources of funding for water projects and how we support water in Colorado. But because of our budgetary challenges and of the overall volatility of severance taxes, that is not being fulfilled as strongly as it needs to be, in my opinion, and in a lot of folks' opinion. And the Joint Budget Committee over the last few years has made a habit of sweeping the severance tax fund in order to balance the budget and not sending it to water projects or local government projects that they typically do. And so what this task force is aimed at doing is getting some good minds together and coming up with ideas on how we're going to fund water projects moving into the future, whether it's from increasing severance taxes or modernizing severance taxes like I was talking about with Ken earlier, or a completely different source of funding for water. This group is going to start, appointments need to be made by the middle of this summer. They'll start their work in the fall. They need to submit a draft report by January 15th, and then their final report is due back by July 15th of next summer. So we're really looking forward to following this. We made sure that every meeting of this task force will be public. There will be a way for you to tune in, also to provide comment. We have members on this task force from statewide entities like the CWCB, the Department of Ag, and then also local officials, a county commissioner, a municipal official, somebody from the oil and gas industry, somebody from the environmental advocacy community. So it really is a full broad spectrum of perspectives, and we're hoping that they'll have some good ideas. Yeah, Ken.
Are your committee members named already?
I am not aware that any appointments have been made. The deadline for that, I believe, is September 1st. And each seat on the task force has a different appointing authority. So the governor has a few, the speaker and Senate president have a few, the minority leaders of the House and the Senate have an appointment. So look for those this fall. If anybody is interested, happy to submit your name through the proper channels too. Okay, that's Senate Bill 40. Senate Bill 283, this was the annual water projects bill that we do every year. Despite the budgetary challenges that I talked about earlier, this year's water projects bill was very strong. I believe the second highest amount that in Colorado history, $69 million in our projects bill. Thankfully, as as leaders before me have set up, we fund water through not the general fund. We fund it through the severance taxes, sports betting, and some other sources. So even when we're having difficult general fund times, thankfully, we're able to continue to fund our projects bill at a high amount. You can see here some of the breakouts of where that money is going in this year's projects bill, but of course, thanks to the CWCB for working through their process and funding some really good efforts with these funds. So here's some other water legislation. So I talked about Senate Bill 40, talked about the projects bill. House Bill 1014, this is also something we worked with the DWR on. This is increasing efficiency within DWR to streamline some internal processes. Hopefully it will just be a benefit to constituents as far as drilling wells and saving them some money by streamlining some things. We talked about 1115, the statewide supply and develop mapping and planning bill. And then sports betting. So this would get into Adrian's question earlier, and I'm happy to take any comments on this. So House Bill 1311 is a way for us to increase the money we're going to get from sports betting taxes. So when the voters passed Prop DD in 2019, to legalize sports betting in Colorado, there was also a tax to fund water projects where 90% of that tax on the sports betting revenue goes to water. As was noted, that came in over the cap that we estimated at $29 million when that ballot measure was first passed. And so last year, we passed a bill that referred a measure to the ballot, Prop JJ, to help us keep everything that came in over the cap. So now we are at about $31 to $32 million a year that we are able to retain for water projects. But still in place prior to this bill was a deduction that the state of Colorado was giving to casinos that allowed them to not have to pay taxes on their promotional bets or their free bets. This is a way to entice customers into the platform and use their app to do their sports betting. We passed House Bill 1311, also a bipartisan bill this year, that over the next 2 years will phase out that deduction. So you will now have to pay taxes on these promotional bets that you offer. And it's estimated by our nonpartisan fiscal analysts that this will bring in an additional $12 million a year. So we'll be all the way up to over $40 million a year from sports betting. And the estimates are, to your question, from our fiscal analysts, is that sports betting spiked and was very popular during the pandemic and when it was starting in Colorado. It is now leveling off, but they actually don't anticipate it to go down, that we've reached kind of critical mass and we expect it to maintain those levels of activity in Colorado. That is subject to change if some larger states legalize sports betting. California and New York in particular don't have legalized sports betting right now, and they're considering it. And so if some of those larger markets take away some of our traffic, then we could see those numbers go down slightly. But because you have to be within the state lines to even place those bets, we think that it's reliable that we'll stay above $40 million a year from sports betting revenue. So that was a big deal, kind of a not talked about bill at all, but 1311 has increased our money for water quite significantly. So I think that's the end of my, looking ahead to 2026. So of course, continuing funding for water, that will always be a priority, will continue to be a priority. Hopefully our projects bill continue to be healthy. We're following the ongoing negotiations over the Colorado River and stay in touch with Becky and her team frequently. I think we'll get an update to the Water Committee sometime this fall, and we're always ready to help with that. We'll be following the work of the Severance Task Force very closely, but also working with our partners to make sure the JBC does not sweep a lot of money from the Severance Tax Fund and to balance the budget. But that's always a possibility. Of course, we've passed several bills over the last few years related to non-functional turf and in-stream flow and other ways to promote conservation and overall water quantity. Always open to new ideas on that front. And then we monitor past legislation to see if any changes need to be made as they get implemented. So that brings me to questions. My email's there. I'm sure you all know how to get a hold of me, but happy to take questions now. Thanks. or ideas or criticisms or whatever, whatever you want to throw.
Positive,
Yes.
positive, guys. Oh, Ken?
Thanks, Senator Roberts, doing a great job. So looking ahead, anything specific that we'll see out of the Water Resource and Ag Committee? More specific towards bills?
We have our first committee meeting this coming Monday. And then we'll have a committee meeting at Water Congress and Steamboat in August, and then 2 more at the Capitol. So it's that second to last meeting where bill titles get requested, and then the final meetings when we vote on them. I'm not aware of any specific ideas quite yet. I know folks have topics that they want to have us discuss, but no, I'm not aware of any specific bills at the moment.
And thanks for the water supply bill. that
Yeah.
You had the slide on, but it's very beneficial for those of us experimenting with it.
Good. That's good to hear. Yeah, and let me know how that's going. I'm going to go back to it. But let me know how that's going as it gets up and running. Yeah, Ken.
Thank you, Senator Roberts, for all the work that you've done on our behalf. I know that it's not easy for you to take that leadership position, and you've been very active and really quite successful. And we've noticed.
Thanks.
As far as a new idea, and it's not really a new idea, it's kind of an old idea. The soil conservation districts are decades old, and they've done a lot of work, really productive work initially, but they've tended to lose they lost favor, and a lot of those districts barely function anymore. And I know we have that example up in Northwest Colorado. And yet, just across the state line in Wyoming, they have a soil conservation district. Of course, it's run by Senator Larry Hicks up there, but they have a multi-million-dollar budget every year and do a ton of work on the Little Snake. And someday we'll be able to share with you all of the great work and success that they've had up there. My question is there some way that we might be able to help reactivate or re-stimulate these conservation districts, and maybe through some sort of a strategic planning process or some way that we could fund, maybe get a local match, because I know funds are tight at the state level, but and have that serve as an incubator for the ideas, and let these conservation districts really explore what they're capable of accomplishing, and then have that mill levy question. So it isn't an ongoing operational support. It's a short-term, like almost a pilot program to help them reform and revitalize and play that important role of not only soil supporting agriculture, but soil and water.
Yeah, thank you for that, and happy to continue this discussion. If you have any ideas on what that would look like, as far as the legislature goes, I'm open to that. I know that the soil conservation districts have a statewide entity or an organization, and I believe they have a lobbyist. That's Landon's client, right? So they have some representation and do some activity at the Capitol. I don't think all conservation districts are members of that organization, but that would be a place to start. But definitely a conversation I could maybe bring up and see where that goes. But I'd be happy to stay in touch.
I'll be happy to continue working on that if you can kind of point me in the right direction.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make some connections on that.
Any other questions, comments?
Yeah.
Oh, Sean. Sorry, this row is hard for me. That's why Kathleen moved. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. So as you well know, the legislature created this body, the IBCC and the roundtables. As I've talked to Russ George and others about the thinking behind that process, there was some belief that the collaboration and coalitions on water policy would sort of touch base, be rooted in, potentially even be stakeholdered or workshopped at roundtable levels or at the IBCC. I think there are examples of that, some perhaps by just sheer desire by all of us to be engaged in all water conversations. Some, I think, more overtly. It's showed in one of your slides of creating a new sort of task force to deal with a specific issue. That's really more of, I would imagine, financial experts more so than water experts. But there have been other bills in the recent past that have created new task force. And I've always been curious if the legislature sees the IBCC and the roundtables in sort of that same way that was originally thought when the legislation was put together. And given that we were created by the legislature, it always seemed like a disconnect to me that the IBCC or the roundtables wouldn't be seen as those task forces, or come to them and say, like, hey, do you got people we could sort of poach and create this, new specialized task force? I'll add to that I think with the funding that's becoming available and the stressors we have in Colorado on providing water, more and more legislation is coming out. And so to me, having an ability to take the decades of collaboration and conversations and the rolling up our sleeves on the guts of the water plan and having that connected to the legislature just makes a lot of sense. That being said, it's tricky when, we're sort of a quasi state board-ish thing, and are we getting into advocacy or opposition? And in my mind, and this is totally speaking on behalf of me, I think the clumsiness of that is what makes good policy. And so I tend not to sort of shy away from that, but I get that that's there. So my question with all of that set up is, do you see from where you sit at the legislature and the speaker and others that are advocating for more and more water policy, do you hear that the IBCC and the roundtables are a place to go to and to touch base with and perhaps engage on water policy?
Thank you for that. It's an important conversation. I think short answer to your question is yes, but I think in general, most of us who serve on the committees of relevance here, so the Senate Ag and the House Ag committees, know that the roundtables exist and maybe have had some past experience with them prior to coming into office or have learned about them since being on that committee. But I think it's fair to say that the legislature needs to do a better job engaging with the roundtables and with the IBCC. I appreciate the effort that's gone to get Rep. McCormick and I more engaged in the IBCC as members, but I do not think that most of the legislators know the full scope of the work that this committee does. And that's on us. But I would also encourage or look at this as a two-way street where I would invite all of the roundtables to better engage with their legislators that represent the areas that they serve, invite them to meetings, talk to them about what the issues are in their basins, and try to create that engagement the other way. It's hard with term limits and people moving to different things. The turnover at the legislature is very frequent. And so there's not a lot of institutional knowledge. And so some individual legislators might really love the roundtable process and know a lot about them, but then they're gone in a few years and that the person replacing them doesn't necessarily bring that same level of commitment. So I think it's something as the chair of the Senate Ag Committee that I could do better in connecting and talking to the members of the committee about, but also falls on all of you to do that engagement with your legislator. I know when I was considering an idea last year about the water rights of utility companies in the Yampa River Basin, I tuned in virtually to one of the roundtable meetings up there, and they were very helpful on saying this isn't ready yet, and they helped me with that bill. But that should happen a lot more often, I think. Thank you for bringing it up. I guess long story short is I think some of us know they exist. We could all do a better job engaging with each other. Yeah.
I really appreciate that. I think it's some really good input and ideas on how to engage and the ways to do that. Kathleen.
Thank you. And very briefly, thank you, Senator Roberts, for being here today and for that summary. Sean, when Russ George brought his concept forward, I was chairing House Ag at the time, and we talked about what is this IBCC thing? And the name, the Interbasin Compact Committee, was derived from the concept that maybe we could avoid some litigation being our only problem-solving mechanism, and have basins talk to each other, Jairus probably remembers, in a way that might help either delay or perhaps even avoid a litigation response to our differences between basins. And I think over time it has evolved into a little bit different organization. And the reason for that was, I think we set it up so that the basins themselves would have to come forward to the IBCC and ask for them to ask the IBCC to help them resolve differences. And if a basin doesn't come forward and just do that, then the IBCC went on and found other things to work on. But, and I know Senator Roberts, that was a while ago, but that's the conversation we had then. And it's really neat how the group has evolved and gone different directions and is still problem solving, but it isn't, you know, we don't have a list of requests from individual basins to mediate differences. And I agree. The roundtable, we should be inviting our senator and our representative to every meeting, and that's on me. I need to get on that.
Kathleen, you don't have to take all the fall for that. Any other questions or comments for Senator Roberts? On behalf of the IBCC, we appreciate, Sean.
I got to, this is gold. So when you get ready to consider another non-functional turf bill,
Okay.
and you got my permission to use this joke and get credit for it.
Okay.
If you could just, while you're on the floor, just slide in, that does not include Coors Field, because being 30 games out of first place, in my mind, is non-functional. This is gold. This is campaign launching jokes here. This is.
We would love to use.
No, I'm not doing. I got your back.
I would love to use the bully pulpit, as it were, to force the Rockies to make some changes.
Yeah.
So,
Just get rid of the grass.
yeah, there we go.
You were allowed to interrupt for that. That was good, Sean. You're like a star today.
Yeah.
On behalf of the IBCC, which you are a part of, we thank you. We thank you for being here and appreciate it. And we'll have ideas, I'm sure. I do like the Rockies one.
Yeah. That to the idea point, we are still. I mentioned we have our interim, or it's not interim, the year-round water and water resources and ag review committee. We have our first meeting on Monday. That agenda is filled out, but actually our agendas for our next 3 meetings are not quite full. So if folks have topics that you think the legislature needs to take a deeper dive on, send them my way, send them to your representative, and we'd love to have as many of you come present or talk to us about that. So.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next agenda item is the deep dive into projects or IBCC member project highlights. And so the cross-pollinating, Jairus, there's some cross-pollinating going on. Yeah, in an appropriate way. We're cross-pollinating in an appropriate way. So, what? Oh, so our Metro folks are going first? Yes, you are. Oh, well, yeah. Metro folks are going first.
All right, thank you. So Lisa and I are going to tag team on a couple items, highlighting some projects in the Metro Basin. I'll start off by going through WISE, and then we'll look at Sprague and the South Platte Valley Partnership. And Lisa will clean up for me on WISE and offer color commentary.
The hardest part was just making it so we dropped all of the formatting. So these are the dullest slides you'll ever see in your life. It's just like, so video.
All right, so here's what we'll go through on WISE. Who's involved, infrastructure operations, agreements, key terms, project benefits, lessons learned. Some interesting dates. We talk a lot about 2007, the 07 guidelines, some other things that happened in 2007, 2013. So those are some dates on WISE as well. So this is almost 20 years that we've been working on the water infrastructure and supply partnership, efficiency partnership. So here's who's involved. Denver Water and Aurora Water and South Metro. So Lisa's organization and the 10 members of South Metro who are involved in the WISE Authority. So a little over about 2 million people affected by this project. So how does WISE work? Following the 2002 drought, Aurora constructed the Prairie Waters Project as a response to that drought for kind of bolstering their supply and being a drought supply for their entity. But there's times when they don't need all of that capacity in their system. And then there's also times that both Denver and Aurora have unused return flows coming out of the wastewater treatment plants or lawn irrigation return flows. And so combining that unused capacity in the infrastructure and at times unused return flows created a brand new supply for the South Metro entities. A couple of unique things. So uses $800 million of existing infrastructure. 530 of that was Aurora's Prairie Water Project. And then the WISE partnership and Denver Water purchased other existing infrastructure and made some modifications to that to complete these deliveries. Of particular note for this group, there was about $2.5 million of WSRF grants. It was supported by all 9 roundtables. Maybe ASO was maybe the next one that had kind of that type of statewide support. So this was back in, I think, 2015, maybe, that all roundtables were supportive of this effort moving forward. And then also $35 million in state revolving fund loans to help South Metro build some of the infrastructure. Anything to add yet, Lisa? All right. So just how does this work, and why does this work? This is looking out into the future, but some modeling that was done, probably 15 years ago, of the blue bar there, or the blue line, is Aurora's usage of Prairie Waters as modeled again about 15 years ago. And you can see it in the red line near the top is the capacity of the system, the modeled capacity, not the full build out capacity, but just what was chosen to be modeled at the time. And the green is when you add that unused water into the infrastructure, what's available to South Metro. You get all the way down to, so you have a wet year, a normal year, a dry year, there's still a little bit of water available, and then a dry emergency year. One of the benefits to Denver in this project is the ability to use the WISE project or the infrastructure 15 years out of 100. So in one of those types of years, that red bar, those red bars is what Denver Water would move of Denver's water through Aurora's infrastructure. And there might still be a little bit of water available for South Metro in other times. So this is and I expect you to understand and be able to read this entire chart, but this is what Lisa's team does on almost a daily basis. So Aurora will tell them 2 days in advance. It used to be 1 day in advance, but we modified the agreement this year to give them a little bit more time to react. So 2 days in advance, Aurora will say, here's what we're going to give you in 2 days. And Lisa and her staff have 2 days to figure out how much water is going to go to each entity. Everyone has their own kind of allocation, but they can trade and swap water amongst themselves. And so they use this kind of tool, this ordering tool, to do that on a daily basis. So this project didn't happen overnight. And one of the ways that back in when we were negotiating this agreement, divided it up into multiple different agreements, smaller agreements, so that we could make some progress. So there's several water agreements. and then several infrastructure agreements. One particular agreement to note, kind of on the left, in the blue water ones, there's one, the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement. So the WISE partnership was being negotiated at the same time as the CRCA. And so there's a carve out in the CRCA for a payment of a West Slope charge. So a portion of the payment of the water goes to the Colorado River District to use for projects and for interests that they have on the West Slope. So it's a timeline. Began negotiations in 2007. And, this might be a good place to mention that both Lisa and I have worked for other organizations in the WISE project over the course of the last several years since it began. So Lisa and I were both at Aurora when WISE was being negotiated. And when Aurora completed the Prairie Waters project, we signed the WDA in 2013, built that infrastructure, and then right after that agreement was signed, I went to, many of you, probably most, maybe all of you will remember this name, Eric Hecox, went from the CWCB. He was then had Lisa's current position at South Metro as the director there. And I think the month after we signed the agreement, he called me and said, I need someone to help build the infrastructure. And so I went to South Metro for about 5 years to help build the infrastructure. And then the first deliveries were made in 2017. And now we are in this phase of constructing infrastructure. And we just, this month, earlier, I guess, June of this month, or June of this year, which is this month, we started full-scale deliveries, and I'll talk about that on the next slide.
So Rick then left South Metro and went to Denver Water. I left Aurora Water and went to South Metro. So that means I'm going to Denver Water in like 5 years. So I just want to make sure we get that in the notes.
All right, and so when we first, this project came about, first deliveries, I think, were targeted for 2015, maybe. We delayed that to 2017 through agreements. The infrastructure was supposed to be completed in 2020, 2021. That isn't going to be complete until the end of this summer. So a few delays for different reasons along the way. So we're about 5 years behind maybe on ramping up to the full scale. Oh, I turned my mic off instead of advancing the slide. So here's some of the key terms of the WISE agreement. It is a permanent agreement, though deliveries are interruptible. So we're in this full scale delivery where it's 100,000 acre feet over a 10-year period. It's not a rolling average, but it's a 10-year block period. And it's variable and interruptible. So in any given year, it could be 0 acre feet or as many as 25,000 acre feet. So South Metro needs to maintain their groundwater supplies or other alternative supplies or put this water in storage to use when it may be interrupted. A couple other highlights, just the rates are set on kind of a cost of service. It's Denver's outside combined service area rate plus a 50% reusability multiplier, and we add 12.5% to that. You want to do it? Sure, we can show you how it works. So Lisa's got $1.
All right. Thanks for the water.
And so Lisa will pay Aurora $1. And for every $1 that's paid, about 60% of that goes to Aurora for infrastructure. So that's to move the water. So we have 40% left. And of that, you've got about half of it goes to Aurora and half to Denver. And of Denver's portion of water supply, there's about, I should have a walking mic, 12.5% of what Denver collects goes to.
Coming at you, Andy.
Andy's buying. So that's how the money split. Some of you may recall a Jeopardy game in the 2017 timeframe at Colorado Water Congress, where I was Alex Trebek, and all three of my former bosses were the contestants. So you had Eric Hecox, Lisa, and Dave Bennett, who at the time I wasn't, yet had never worked for Dave Bennett. But I made the joke at the mic, here's two of my bosses, and someday I might work for Dave, and a few months later, I did. So we handed Eric Kuhn the first West Slope charge at that meeting. And so now, Andy, you get the first payment of the West Slope charge under the full deliveries. You're welcome. So benefits of WISE, Aurora, their main benefit was to offset the cost of the Prairie Waters project. And these numbers may, with the rates that have gone up since then, it may even be now more than $10 million about a year at full capacity. But they still continue to be able to use their project for a drought supply. South Metro gets a reusable water supply and allows them to save their Denver Basin aquifers for drought. And then Denver gets that drought emergency supply 15 years out of 100 that amounts to about 15,000 acre feet of supply when we would need it most under an emergency. And then regional benefits, which include we hope a reduction of buy and dry for those entities, as well as there was a lot of strong support from the environmental community and the West Slope for this project. Last slide, I think, on this, just some lessons learned. And that first one there, be careful what you ask for. That's kind of a, from my perspective and from Lisa's, we negotiated this agreement for other parties. And now we're on the opposite side, or me, the third side of this agreement. And so just make sure you're being reasonable, and you might be the one who has to live with the terms that you put into an agreement.
We end up shaking our heads a lot.
Who came up with that idea?
Exactly.
And then kind of the other ones down. I mean, and the bottom one on this list obviously is, taking time to build trust among the parties. It was 6 years, and in the heat of the negotiations, it was probably once every 2 weeks. We were meeting and drafting on the fly as we met and came up with terms for this. And then stakeholder and engagement was critical. I already mentioned the kind of statewide support, but also support from the West Slope environmental communities and ag interests. Anything else to add, Lisa?
It's been a long and winding road. Well, thank you. All right, so we'll just go on and we'll talk about a couple of other projects, concepts, perhaps is the better way to put it. Jason earlier had mentioned, somebody mentioned that the South Platte Basin Implementation Plan, which is a shared plan with the Metro Roundtable. So sometimes I think people forget that we've got like twice the power there in our Basin Implementation Plan. One of the projects, the concepts that was highlighted, the most recent one, was the South Platte Regional Opportunities Water Group, also known as SPROG, awkward. But it's an interesting evolution when we talk about regional opportunities and what we can capture. So this is a timeline, and you can see from the beginning, this is the development of the first implementation plan, the first water plan. Around that same time, in that 2015, 2018 period, the executive committees of the two roundtables started meeting, I would say informally, but just to have a conversation about if you took off your organizational hat, what would administration in the basin look like? When we started talking about this concept, it really dovetailed in well with the storage study that was completed. That was the legislature directed us to do in 2017. We formed a task force. We had over 100 participants in the task force. So there was a lot of interest in this idea, this concept, sort of this new idea of really efficiently administering our basin. And for hearkening back to, by the way, the first water plan and the conceptual framework, what did the conceptual framework at its heart really say? Get your own house in order before you ever come and look over here, right? And we knew that if we didn't do a hard look at our own basin and get our own house in order, that dialogue couldn't continue. Not that it really would, but it wouldn't continue. So we had some grant support from the state, which we were very grateful for. We did a feasibility study, but then we did the update to the BIP. Nebraska, we caught their attention, I would say, with the water plan update. But let me, whoops, I did the exact same thing. This is both neat. So let me just tell you, so the concept itself would manage different sources of water conjunctively. And so that includes reuse, the water sharing agreements. Primarily it's Free River. So we were looking at the Free River. At one point, Denver Basin supplies were also included in the SPROG concept, the SPROG modeling. That was later removed for a lot of different reasons. But it really provided infrastructure components to provide a means to maximize the use. And so that was really focusing on that unappropriated supply. But there was also infrastructure that was taken into account. Again, I just gotta, okay, here we go. So if you take a look at this, and I realize that this is a pretty busy schematic, but a lot of the issues that we see on the plat are, points where exchanges are difficult, where pipelines could be co-used, where storage could be developed. And this could be used to manage and deliver supplies to certain areas that have been identified as having a definitive need for future supplies. And when I say that, we basically used two gateways. One was the northern gateway, which was the hot zone is one euphemistic, like you can call it, but it's that I-25 corridor. When you leave town as you're going north, the other, of course, is south. It's the South Metro area. So those are the two gateway demand portals that we were using. And then you develop this infrastructure and that supply to facilitate the success of the concept. So I'll stop. Before I go on to the Platte Valley Water Partnership, I just want to say SPROG, I think all of the stakeholders still involved in the SPROG concept and conversations still are committed to continuing those conversations. I think the concept, for a lot of reasons, a lot of the complications of the challenges of some of the politics going on with Nebraska, with the Platte River Recovery Plan, I think has caused us to reconsider and continue the conversation probably in other ways. So I think it will continue, but I think what you'll start to hear is probably less of SPROG and more other conversations centering around conservation and reuse and other management of supplies. But right behind that project, also in the BIP, is the Platte Valley Water Partnership. And I'm here, I'm not one of the parties. Parker Water is one of my members. They have joined with the Lower South Platte Water Conservancy District to facilitate the put together a project that I really think is the gold standard for the future, in the future of water development. A little bit about Parker. So this is where Parker's located. You can see you've got Lone Tree, you had Castle Pines. It's kind of a little bit of a busy map, but by build out, Parker will almost double in population. And these are really a lot of the new developments that are going to the south and the west in the Front Range. So here's a project overview, and you'll see that there are some similarities to the concept that SPROG had as well. There's key infrastructure. There's several reservoirs that will be developed. There's pipeline and infrastructure for transport. Ruderhest was the reservoir that was on the previous map. So basically what this does is it takes junior supplies, existing water portfolio supplies that Parker had actually purchased many, many years ago as mitigation for the development of Root or Hess prior to SP RAP existing. So these water rights were purchased, decades ago. And I think that this is a great way to facilitate these changes and staying away from an absolute buy and dry. There is excess water. This is a junior plan. You can see that's the South Platte River. That's 22. You can see what it looked like in 23. I think someone said that if this project had been in place, I think of the last 3 or 4 years, Root or Hess would have filled and with those junior supplies. And Commissioner Yount is giving me a face, so you have to correct me if that's close. So this is really hard to read, and I apologize. The color is kind of a little different. So this is just a model, I believe, a model for future water development. The Sprague concept that we were talking about earlier had developed what I think was like a value statement. And one of the value statement was that there was not going to be buy and dry, that we were going to do everything we could to try to facilitate administration of the river without the buy and dry concept. The Platte Valley Partnership does not allow buy and dry river after a certain date to move through the pipe. And I think that that's a pretty critical piece of the project. Parker is sitting down with Lower. I think this will support ag, and this will also support local communities. And the variable hydrology allows for it to capture this newly appropriated water that we weren't able to capture before. So I think that that's an important construct. So you can't really see on the no buy and dry, but on the municipal perspective, Parker's current portfolio, that's a list of the water. You can see it totals about 23,900 acre feet, but a lot of it is junior water rights, and it's rights that will be shared with the Lower South Platte Water Conservancy District. When you look at projects like this, they're important for several reasons. One, I think it supports ag, the environment, and municipal development. Anybody who is familiar with the recent decision about the total allowable withdrawals that the Supreme Court just did in the Parker case will know that non-tributary groundwater is going to become a real scarcity in the future. And so we have to come up with a different plan. And I think that this, as opposed to your traditional buy and dry projects, I think that this shows a model of how it can be done correctly and how it should be done correctly in the future. So that's all I have, unless anyone has a question or Jim wants to correct anything I said. We got after lunch. That's always a hard time
I have
to.
a question, Lisa. You mentioned that Parker is one of your members, and so will the water from the Platte Valley Partnership be available for other WISE users or as part of the WISE infrastructure?
That is a great question, Heather. Castle Rock has joined with Parker in the development of the infrastructure, so there is an agreement in place for that. The way one of the values, the incredible values of the development of the WISE partnership is all 10 members are now connected, and water can move from participant to participant, but it can't go past the decreed amounts that Parker's able to move. And this will be moving down. The Platte Valley Partnership, I think, is over 100 miles from there to home. And it's going to be a raw water line. WISE is a treated water system. So it's not going to be the easiest way, but I think that there is a possibility that that water could move. Thank you. That's a great question, though.
The water can't move. It's designated for Parker, but others could use that pipeline or project.
Well, the water's used, but I guess what I was saying, Jim, and that's a good clarification. Parker, the WISE water, as Rick mentioned, and when you saw that commodity sheet, supply can be colored in different ways. I should have been more specific, but yes.
Kathleen has a question.
I should know this, but the slide that showed the Reuter Hess pipeline, I'm embarrassed. Is that built or not built?
It's
yet?
not built.
It's not built
No,
yet.
it's
Okay.
not built. On the Platte Valley Partnership, the construction would happen in the 30s or early 40s. And delivery of water would be late 40s. It's hard to believe that we're even talking about dates like that, isn't it? Just like, oh, it's late 40s. Oh.
Any other questions? Thank you both. That was a really great presentation. Really appreciate it. I think we've got Heather up next, Rio. Thank you.
Great job, guys. Thanks. All right. So I wanted to back up a little bit and talk a little about the situation in the San Luis Valley, just so there would be an understanding of why we're doing some of the projects that we are. I didn't want to go into this assuming that you guys have all been studying the hydrographs and climate maps for the San Luis Valley. How dare you not care about us as much as your basins, but I get it. So really the challenge that we're dealing with in the valley is similar to what we're all dealing with in the state. It's this water supply and variability problem. It seems like there's never the right amount of water where we want it. In the San Luis Valley, there's a lot of variability in time and place. And so the point isn't that you guys can really see these things. It's just to kind of get the gist that the left shows the hydrograph for the Del Norte gauge, which is the second oldest gauge in the country. We have a record back to 1890 at that gauge. And so you can see from year to year, it's wildly variable. Interestingly, though, and depressingly, if we look at the average from 1890 until 2000, the average flow across the Del Norte gauge, which is the index gauge for the Rio Grande Compact, was 660,000 acre feet. If we look at just the last 25 years, it's 550,000. And so we're rapidly losing the water supply in the Rio Grande. In place, we also see huge variability. So that unfortunately also when this map got updated recently, the red got larger. There used to be a little more orange, but there's a lot of red. We have both the highest amount of snow in Colorado on Wolf Creek Pass. We kind of jostle back and forth with rabbit ears for that title. And so there's a pretty big water supply in the really high elevations, but then in the lowest, we have the lowest amount of precipitation in the state. And so it's pretty wild that we have those two titles in such a short distance. And that also is a big part of our story. And then in addition to that variability from year to year or place to place, even when we see years that look remarkably similar on that left graph of, the bar of the total flow of Del Norte, the way that water comes out can be wildly different. And so on the right there, you can see 2022 at the Del Norte gauge and 2021 and how it was the timing of the flows is also changing a lot and changing a lot from year to year. And so these are issues that have kind of been baked in our history. We've always seen a huge amount of variability given our place in the hemisphere as the furthest south snow-driven watershed in the hemisphere. And so we expect this variability, but unfortunately it's getting a little wilder over time. We also, just like a lot of other basins around the state, are seeing big changes to our watershed. And so in addition to a huge beetle kill, we've had a huge spruce die-off. Over 700,000 acres in our headwaters have been killed from spruce bark beetle. Unfortunately, now we're seeing fir beetle and Douglas fir beetle. So the ones that I was like, well, at least we've still got those. They're starting to turn red too. So that's a bit of a bummer. We've seen big fires and we're experiencing dust on snow. And so again, the issue of the variability and scarcity that's always exist is being exacerbated by the changing conditions. And so this leads to the challenge that we're dealing with is that in addition to the variability and scarcity, we are using more water than we're putting in. And so this shows the water budget for the whole valley, which is based off the Rio Grande Decision Support System, an incredibly just really robust and impressive groundwater model that's been created by Division of Water Resources, CWCB, and all the partners in the valley. The bottom line there shows that the average annual decrease in storage of our aquifers is negative 41,000 acre feet a year. And so the challenge is, in addition to having lower stream flows, we've been using more than we've been putting in. And so that really causes us to need to make some changes. A lot of you have probably seen the graph showing the change in the unconfined aquifer in the San Luis Valley. I prefer this graph because it really tells the story that it's not just that we are using too much, it's that we're not putting in enough. You can see that on the left side, when river flows, which are the green bars, were higher and we had more diversions into the system, we were able to balance the change in storage and pumping pretty well. But then as flows have gone down and pumping has gone up, we're seeing incredibly reduced aquifer levels. And so yeah, not only do we have to learn to live with less, we also have to pay off that credit card that we overused on those fancy shoes. And so with all of those changing conditions in the watershed, forecasting is a big problem. And so I'll talk a little bit about some of the work that we've done. The Rio Grande Compact that we live with has an obligation. It does have a delivery obligation. So the conversation this morning on the Colorado River, we're super comfortable saying delivery obligation because we've lived with one since we signed the compact in 1938 and actually started paying attention to it in 1968. And so this graph shows that every single day in the Rio Grande Basin, there's curtailment. And so the red line shows the amount of water available on an average year. The green line, the amount of water in the system, the green line shows the amount that's available to water users. And so in the winter months, there's 100% curtailment. No irrigation is allowed. All water is sent downstream. And then you can see the difference between the red and the green. That represents curtailment. And that's water that's kept out of people's head gates to make sure that we make up our delivery obligation to New Mexico. And the interesting thing is that these are all 1800s water rights that are being curtailed in order to meet the 1938 compact. And so that's also a difference that exists in our basin. But that difference, because it's an annual obligation and every single day the Division of Water Resources is having to make decisions about setting that curtailment so that hopefully at the end of the year they've sent the right amount down. That means that forecasting is super important and a big challenge. This, I think, helps show how the high stakes of the forecast. And so if the colored bars that aren't blue show different forecasts throughout the year, and then blue shows actual. And so in the situation of 2006, where the forecast was low, the curtailment would have been held low early. And so more juniors would have been in priority. But as the year shook out and they realized that the river was going to produce more, late season senior water users would have been curtailed, and that makes them very mad. Another example in 2008, where the forecast was really high, but the actual was really low. Curtailment would have been really high, and so the juniors and seniors would have been cut off early, and then late season they would have said, oops, sorry, we curtailed too much, so now more people can get in, but it would have been too late, and it mainly would have been just some seniors getting to come back in. So the juniors are mad. So my point is, it's really challenging and a lot of people are mad all the time. And so to try to help with that, we're working really hard, just like a lot of the others of you around the table, to try to improve our forecasting. And so we're part of the CHASM group. We've worked on having ASO flights. The ASO flights were actually piloted in the Rio Grande Basin and were shown to have the opportunity to improve forecasts. And so we're excited to continue to have those. We built a radar at the Alamosa Airport. And so this on the left shows the former coverage. So pink is better. And you can see over, the Pueblo radar, pretty pink. But then it's weird, they can't see through mountains. And so the San Luis Valley coverage was really bad until we plunked a radar right at the Alamosa Airport. And all of a sudden we lit it up, and you can see we got a lot of improved weather forecasting and just weather measurement coverage from that radar. But again, our radar can't see through mountains either, dang it. And so we're also working to continue to add more on the ground measurements to help better ground truth and improve the data that we're getting from ASO. But in the years where we struggled to fund ASO because there's not a lot of us. And so sometimes it is a challenge to raise enough money to have match. And so at least if we can have more eyes on the ground, then hopefully we can improve our forecasts all the time. And so we were really excited to be able to put in 2 new snow tells last year. The NRCS guys said that the Forest Service guys turned around the permit faster than they ever had, which I think is helpful that there's a guy named Dutton who works for the Forest Service that took it on as one of his projects. So that was pretty helpful. And so, yeah, it was just really exciting that we've got more eyes on the ground and more information. And so that's a pretty exciting thing for us to have that kind of collaboration and improve our forecasting there. We also, so in addition to trying to better measure our snow and our water, again, given that baseline that I laid that hopefully helps paint the picture of the stakes, we're also trying to better manage what we have. And so going from, you don't manage what you don't measure, we're trying to understand what we have, but then once we do know, we're really trying to improve every bucket that we can. And Shaw Reservoir is owned by the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District. We bought this reservoir a few years ago with the Bureau of Land Management. And, it's no Seaman Reservoir, but it's 680 acre feet of pre-compact storage that's really valuable to us. And so we're currently working on updating the outlet works and providing automation. We partnered with CPW on this project too. So by purchasing this reservoir and committing that we would keep it full most of the time, we turned around and we were able to get space in Beaver Park Reservoir, which is more of a workhorse. And so this is a really special place for fishermen and non-motorized boaters and just the public to go. And so we're really proud that we were able to maximize this recreation and non-consumptive resource. We're talking about making it a recreation population of Rio Grande cutthroat trout. So having that aquatic resource as well, but then huge flexibility for the Conservancy District's augmentation plan and BLM's augmentation plan. And so this is a partnership that we're super proud of, and currently working on expending some water plan funds to align the outlet works. And so if anybody's interested in seeing the cure in place liner process, this is super easy to get to, and we'll be doing it hopefully in August, and it's a lot of fun. So please come have a field trip if you'd like to come. Shaw Reservoir is gorgeous. We're also, in another way that we're trying to improve the management of the water that we do have is improving diversion efficiency and function. And so the Rio Grande Headwaters Restoration Project is an incredible organization in the valley who's working on Saguache Creek, the Rio Grande, and the Caneos River, and then also trying to help build a partnership on Culebra as well. And so this is a great example of the Caneos River Partnership Program, which included 5 diversion structures where they improved fish passage along an entire reach that had a lot of barriers. And so they opened it up to aquatic passage and really improving that fishery. And then all of the new head gates have automation and better measurement on them. And so it's a win-win-win where it's better for the ecosystem, but also better for the irrigators and keeps them from having to put a backhoe in the spring every year, which makes everybody happy. I said in the spring, in the river every spring. Finally, I want to talk about the Rye Resurgence Project, which is something that I'm part of and really excited about. A couple years ago, one of my farmer friends came to me and said, what if we could scale up the work that they're doing on their farm to try to sell more San Luis Valley rye. Rye it's an incredible crop that can survive San Luis Valley winters. It's about the only thing that can. Sometimes I don't know why we try to survive it as people, but you can plant it in the fall after potato harvest and it'll stay all year long. And then my mom took that picture on the bottom, I think when one of those days where it was sustained 30-mile-an-hour winds with 60-mile-an-hour gusts. So you can see all the dirt in the air, but not in the field next to him. My dad actually called the farmer, Jeffrey, and thanked him for planting rye on that day, because it truly is terrible when you're in the valley. Not only is it windy, but you walk out of your house and get a facial from it. And so there's a lot of promise in improving soil health and water savings from rye, but really helping farmers find a way to be resilient and to adapt. Again, that groundwork I laid, I hope helps you guys understand what we're up against. We're trying to recover aquifers, and we're trying to fill in a hole that's been created with 30 or 40 years of overuse while having less water to work with.
And so we need more opportunities to save water and to keep farmers farming if we're going to support our economy and also be here in future years. And so I was really impressed with my board when we brought them this project and they were willing to say, yeah, let's try it, rather than expecting the farmers to experiment with crops that have no market by themselves. And I think it's, you look in things like the update from CWCB on how do we support agriculture, and the conversation this morning about supporting ag is so big, and keeping there from being buy and dry is such a complicated thing. But it's pretty easy for us to say, well, one of the solutions in the Colorado Water Plan is we need more low water use crops. That's fine. And these farmers are willing to grow them, but only if they can sell them. And so we've recognized that we need to have a stake in this and help create the market so that these guys have a place to go with it, because it's not fair to put the risk and the burden on the farmers to try to figure out a market so that they can have a place to go with a low water use crop. And so we were fortunate to get a Colorado Water Plan grant and partner with a bunch of distilleries, brewers, bakers, and malters. And that's what we've been up to for the last couple of years, is just trying to grow the market and, ask people, if you're not using rye, will you? If you're using rye from Colorado, what's wrong with you? Will you please use San Luis Valley rye? And get more people to explore and use rye so that our farmers have an option to evolve and be resilient. And so just some examples. There's a lot of really cool stuff happening and cool products, but here's some examples of how we're really trying to help people connect to where their food comes from, and recognize that every single day, based on the decisions that we're all making, the things that we're purchasing, we have an opportunity to help support markets that help support Colorado farmers. So more to come on the Rye Resurgence Project, but we definitely are starting to amass a pretty big supply of tasty beverages. So hit me up if you want to do a sampling. So thanks so much, guys, for letting me share.
Thanks so much, Heather. Any questions for Heather?
Heather, I was just going to ask a question. It sounds like, I think you just said that you took this to your board and they were supportive of it.
Yeah.
I'm just curious what your perspective is on the role of water conservancy districts and kind of getting out of the traditional water delivery business, or their mission to kind of support more local things that are related to water, but may not have that obvious direct tie on the face. What do you think the role is there for?
That's a great question, Pat. And I think, one, I have the pleasure of working for a board who they take their role as in our mission, our big project. I was asked this morning, water conservancy districts, and I kind of laughed because like, we'll sit down, because we all are different based on what our community needs. And Sean, I think, has framed it in a way that's really helpful for me to think through, that it's just what the beauty of conservancy districts is that the community asks for us, they make us, and then we have this service based on what is needed. And so, we have a regional augmentation plan. That's my job, is to run the plan. But it's really exciting that my board has always viewed themselves as, we do that, plus we represent this community. And so, they had the foresight to do the Rio Grande Headwaters Restoration Project, which was a stream management plan before we were talking about stream management plans. And so it wasn't a big leap for them to say, well, this is a great idea. And it also helps that 9 out of 10 of them, or 8 out of 10 of them, are farmers and ranchers. And so it's pretty entertaining to ask them, well, what are all the things you've tried? And they're like, oh God, we've tried canola, we've tried quinoa, don't even get us going on hemp, and all these things that it's like, they were a really good idea, but there wasn't the market. And so for us, for Sarah and I to come to them and say, hey, what if we build the market rather than just being a bystander? They all were like, wow, that's genius, because they've experienced it. And so I do think there's a role for us. And I think it's really cool when the boards are willing to see themselves as having an opportunity to help the community and not just stay in their lane. And so maybe that's a complaint in some people, but for us, it's like, yeah, we don't see there as being a lane. We see it as, well, there's a need, let's try. And again, I was asked this morning, well, this project seems pretty hard. Do you ever want to beat your head against the wall? And I kind of joked, this project isn't for pessimists. And it's worse to not try than to fail.
Go ahead, Sean.
Heather, thanks. And there was a lot of we in your presentation, but thank you for your role, and your community is lucky to have you. Two questions, but I'll ask one and then defer to not get in other people's way, but I'd like to come back to the second question if we have time. But the first question is on the NRCS Snowtel sites. We're seeing in our district, the NRCS office, even prior to this administration, not being terribly well funded. In fact, we had an entire era where the NRCS employee that did the Snowtel stuff and went up and hiked in there, retired, and they didn't replace that position. Now under this administration, it's getting even worse, and we're being told don't bank on anything, any new resources coming soon. I'm curious if you're feeling those same things down there, and how were you able to get new sites in place and fix that?
Yeah, it was a funny evolution, and I couldn't tell you the whole story another time, but it ended up with, by the time we really talked it through, the deal was if we bought them, they'd add them to their system. They couldn't build new sites, but they could accept new sites. And so the districts, the Caneos Water Conservancy District, San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District, and Rio Grande Water Conservation District chipped in the $95,000. And it was a really funny deal because usually when there's a federal contract, it's to give money to a partner. And so we had to get in the bowels of the NRCS contracting program to figure out how to give them money, but we were able to do it. And so because they said, well, do I want to buy the things? And I was like, I don't want to buy your sensors. I want to give you money. And so they took the money and then they built the sites, and now they'll run them because they're theirs. But yeah, that was a deal that they were like, well, we can't build new ones, but you can. And then now I did have a call with the head of the Colorado Snowtel program, and I don't think they can do either. And so we're trying to talk through, what will next steps be, but they're so worried about being furloughed, and the new budget proposal that's in the Senate right now slashes $13 million from the Snowtel program. And so, yeah, these guys are concerned about, are they even going to have jobs next year? But we're still going down the road of identifying additional sites with hope that maybe some of that. And so maybe that's a call to action for this group is, when you're talking to folks, when you're talking to our congressionals, to let them know. I think it feels like every 10 years, right? We all have to rally together and help make the case for the value of Snowtels, and it might be time to do that again.
Go ahead, Kathleen.
Thank you. And thanks so much for that presentation. Can rye be used for cattle feed?
I'm pretty sure it can. Yes, actually. So a lot of guys, that's another really exciting thing about the project is a lot of people started growing rye, not to harvest it, but they just saw their neighbors having really good luck. And so there's a ton of rye that was planted this spring that currently has cows and sheep on it. You have to be a little thoughtful about the timing because the young rye can be kind of hard on cows that maybe if there are cows that just stay on the place, don't go up on the forest and aren't used to a lot of different things, then you just kind of have to watch them a little closer. But yeah, we've been joking. One of my board members has been grazing his cows on my dad's neighbor's rye. And we were saying, well, could we have a part of the marketing of the Rye Resurgence Project be selling beef that's raised on rye? So that's the next phase of the project. So yes.
It's the reason I ask is that we buy a lot of feed from the valley, and you guys take our manure actually for your organic circles, and there could be the two bases to coordinate, and maybe that could help with the market.
Yeah. Part of it too, I think if you just want to bring your cows over in the spring rather than buying feed, that's what a lot of people are doing is just putting the cows right out there rather than baling it.
That's good to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could call it the Reuben Project.
Michael Jones wants to. He's talking to somebody in Salida about it. Really? Yeah.
I just wanted to comment on that, Kathleen, that we grow rye. So after we chop corn, we'll plant rye. A lot of people will plant rye right back in to hold soil from erosion, just like that. and we graze cattle in the wintertime on rye. So
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Obviously winds is just part of the great culture in that valley. And you mentioned some of the awfulness of having the wind at times. I'm curious, you said, hey, we got one of the oldest stream gauges in the US, you said, not just in Colorado. Obviously a lot of history and data. Does anybody track wind, and has wind changed in recent time?
Yeah, so yes, yes to all that. And yeah, this year was actually, the spring wasn't as bad, but it's been really windy in June, which just hurts my feelings because I expect that May's shot. We'll have some nice days, you get a little excited, maybe put some shorts on, and then it's over. But for it to be blowing this last week really, really bummed me out. But yeah, Craig Cotton he's our division engineer, and he was reporting, I think it was year before last, that we had more wind days with higher wind amounts than ever. And that was one of the reasons that we lost so much snow. So yeah, it's getting windier. So that's also another heartbreak. What are we doing?
Any other questions? Ken? Do you have a question? Okay. Great. Thank you, Heather. That was really awesome. And Yampa White Green next.
Ken Brenner from the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable. We wanted to start off by thanking the Colorado Water Conservation Board and the IBCC for this opportunity to comment or share our success and our projects that we've been working on. And I know not everybody was in agreement when we first heard that we had to do a stream management plan. But in the rearview mirror, we go, that was a pretty good idea. Because we did an integrated water management plan, and I had the honor of chairing that one through to fruition. And we ended up with a really nice final report. And on one page, it has the 20 goals and strategies and projects ideas that we wanted to share with everyone. I did not include that slide. I was admonished for my 53 slides that I had for today. So we're down to 37. But the good news is that in your packet material that you will receive with the meeting is the full 53 slides with all kinds of fascinating information that you'll be able to study at a later time. But for that reason, I will apologize for the pace of the presentation. We're going to rock and roll right along here. This is all the outcome of the Water for the 21st Century in response to the 2002 drought. And the House Bill 1177 talked about two specific projects that we really wanted to focus on. One, the reason we're all sitting here today is the function of the Interbasin Compact Committee, and also for public education, participation, and outreach. And we have been fortunate to have a really great group of folks called Yampatika working on our behalf and sharing all kinds of great educational material with everybody in that basin. And they have identified these specific, their specific response to these PEPO goals. You working with the education action plan and just, advocating for collaboration and partnerships and trying to help the roundtable with the BIP implementation. And they're doing this by, visiting all 6 school districts in all 3 counties in Rio Blanco, Moffett, and Routt. And they offer this free, science-based, place-based, experiential learning opportunity for pre-K through 12th grade. So they use field trips and all kinds of interaction with the formal K-12 school system, studying, the various stakeholders that use water, our infrastructure, the hydrology, our water quality, how agriculture is utilizing the water resources, the compact information, drought resiliency. and a lot of other topics that are all relevant and age appropriate for the kids that are lucky enough to be part of this. They've been, I think, at least 5 years now. They've been a major part of the work that we've done, and they just applied for a new grant that we just finished the last one. And thank you to the Water Conservation Board for funding that. But it allows them to continue these free programs that are in alignment with the 2020 Colorado academic standards. They've also hired somebody to help with the western end of this basin. If you drive all the way from Oak Creek to Rangeley, you will have spent the majority of the day, and that's what they've been doing the last few years. So we're glad that they're going to get some additional capacity. But they've also, showing these kids that there's internships and apprenticeships and other opportunities to, continue on in water. Their impact has been astonishing. Over 65% of these students have been contacted at least once this last year. 10,000 student interactions and 10,000 staff hours. These are really impressive. Oh, thank you. I'm looking at my screen, not this one. There he is. And with over 477 different programs, including 115 different field trips. So really an amazing list of projects and accomplishments for Yampa-Tika. I hope you all have an organization that can assist you the same way. Here's a few of the partners that they utilize right here. Another thing that we wanted to do was to gather data. So Friends of the Yampa has taken on that responsibility. They are doing a project called the Yampa River Scorecard Project. And this just allows them to try to assign value to the various, to try to centralize this information and reporting and compare year. They're doing this on a 5-year cycle. So we've taken the basin and divided it into 5 segments. The first segment that they covered was in 1922, and that was between Hayden and Craig, this middle segment, which we'll cover here in a minute. The second segment was the Steamboat segment, which is included in your packet, along with the third segment of the Upper Yampa, which is where the river originates out of the Flat Top Wilderness area. This year, they're tackling the Elk River coming out of the Zirkle Wilderness area, and then the 5th year will be downstream from Craig to the confluence with the Little Snake. So, and then they start over again. And so you'll have an opportunity to see what kind of progress you've made. Here's a few of the things that they're trying to focus on. Now, I will be the first to admit that it's not always easy to have an objective criteria for all these various metrics, but they've done the very best that they can, and they're trying very hard to replicate that year in, year out, so that there's some consistency in this data collection. This is what a scorecard actually looks like. You can see that there's over 30 different metrics that they've included, and they aggregate a score, and the middle Yampa scored a B, which is actually quite good. I know we're all used to getting A's on everything, but occasionally a B is very good. And in this case, I think that would be the case. Here's a few of the things that they try to take a look at as far as the key takeaways: our sediment flow, the structural complexity, and the riverscape connectivity, all assessed. And this was not a paper exercise. This was actually boots on the ground, ground truthing exactly what's going on the river. This is the iconic section of the middle section of the Yampa River in a spring flow. So they're doing a great job. Another really interesting, I forgot to include the list of partners that have helped fund this. Again, Colorado Water Conservation Board right there in the middle. Now I want to do a couple of big projects. This project, I remember when they first started back in, I think it was 2018, they came in with an estimate to redo this. This is on the very lower section of the Yampa River down by Maybell. And they had an estimate of maybe $2 to $3 million for this project. And we're like, oh my gosh, good luck with that. Well, they just have completed this project and the price tag actually ended up right at $8 million. But it's been with considerable amount of cooperation between the environmental community and the traditional ag community to try to bring this project up to fruition. You can see that there's now a really good diversion for those headgate structures, as well as a reconfigured river passage. This is one of the biggest drops in the basin. And so trying to make sure that there's good fish passage and also safe recreation was a real priority. This is the 2,500 approximate acres of irrigated. These are the final irrigated acres before the river disappears into the Dinosaur National Monument. There's, I think, 18 ranching operations that are supported by this operation. This is one of the oldest water rights in the on the Yampa River. So I think it's a 1901 water right that has 45 CFS, but the gate has, or the ditch has had additional appropriations that brings that up all the way to about 129 CFS of water that helps support the irrigators and as well as making sure that we have good flows left in the river for critical habitat and in-stream flows. This is a good comparison of what was there. Even when you could go in and walk the 45 minutes to an hour, depending on how many rattlesnakes you encountered, you couldn't really operate this ditch. So this headgate, so the ditch just pretty much ran at capacity most of the time. And there's a lot of wastewater coming out at the end. Now the new structure you can see is really state of the art. And that is a huge remote operating panel there that allows this all to be done remotely, as well as monitoring in real time. Here's a little bit about the terrain that they had to encounter and the timeline for the project. This there was actually a considerable amount of, they had to build a road down into this area to bring a lot of the materials, and some of the more important stuff like the concrete was actually flown in with a helicopter. So quite a project that was taken on. And you can see again, here's the Water Conservation Board along with all the other project supporters. Really an impressive collaboration up there, because that is one of our key themes, right, is the collaboration. Another really big project in this Northwest Colorado area, as you're aware, that as we're transitioning away from fossil fuels for power generation, the closure of 3 different units at the Craig Power Plant, as well as the unit in Hayden, has really had a significant impact economically to Northwest Colorado, and that's a long ways from being over. So trying to diversify the local economy was a real priority for the leadership in Craig, Colorado. So they decided that they really wanted to try to do something with that river. There's not a lot of vertical drop in this area, but there was one location just a little bit south of Craig, about a mile. And this is over by the golf course and by the Loudy Simpson Park, which was included in this project. And you could see that along with the municipal water supply diversion that's up at the upper end of this, there was an opportunity to build some in-stream modification for recreation. And of course, it's friendly for fish bypass, but it's a good chance to really develop a nice amenity. And I would just point to what happened in Buena Vista, where you saw the traditional town built right along Highway 24. And then they built the water park down by the river. And next thing you knew, there's an entire new part of the town growing up around the water recreation facility, and the two have grown together. Could easily be part of the future of Craig America as we move forward. Quite a list of supporters, and this project again started with only about $1.5 million of estimated cost, and I think we're probably going to be right around $5 million when it's completed. You can also see that they're putting in an amphitheater. This is about, I'd say, 80% complete. They will finish the rest of it this year. Oh, yes, this is one that is near and dear to my heart. This is the Headwaters of the Colorado Initiative. Let me just skip on ahead to this map. The Headwaters Initiative is a 2 million acre forest health and rangeland forest and rangeland health project. If you look down on the bottom right corner is Steamboat Springs. It runs across to Craig, up through Baggs, following on up Muddy Creek, a tributary of the Little Snake, all the way up to the headwaters, and then all the way down the Continental Divide back to Steamboat Springs. It's about half and half between Wyoming and Colorado. So the collaboration that's been necessary is really substantial. We recently, in fact, at our meeting last week, we had Carrie come over from the North Platte to say, well, gosh, I don't think precipitation, wildfires, or wildlife care anything about the Continental Divide. Maybe we should be participating in this whole project. And so we think we have a path forward to, expand this boundary even further to do more of this important work. This was all part of the vision of Pat O'Toole. He's the patriarch of the Ladder Ranch, and Pat was always, for the last 30 years has been advocating equally for, the environment that is created with these agricultural lands, as well as functioning, viable agricultural operations. And he has, been very successful at gathering support from the U.S. senators in Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah, and all of the NGOs that have, interest in anything that has to do with the environment and wildlife. So it's a really strong collaborative that's been developing for a long time. And we know that the Little Snake Conservation District, not a conservancy or water conservation district, but the old soil conservation district, is operated by the Senator Larry Hicks, with a 30-year history of really doing some amazing work in this area. And so at some point, we'll get a chance to share all of the success that they've had up in that area. And I can't help but think that we're capable of replicating that strategy ourselves. We've got current funding that you see outlined here with the Water Smart Grant. We're not only doing lots of projects, because of this initiative that's only been around for about 1.5 years, we're also doing planning. We want to do a Water Smart plan, which will really talk about the forest health, but also a wildfire ready action plan through the Colorado Water Conservation Board. And we just hired our consultant last week. The National Forest Foundation has been a great supporter, but we did do applications to the Forest Service and NRCS for the Joint Chiefs, as well as the Bucket 2E funding that we all know is in limbo right now. The Joint Chiefs is about 8 million. This is inaccurate. It was 32 for the Forest Service and another 8 million out of Larry's office. So a total of almost $50 million of funding that's pending to go ahead and implement a lot of these projects. Just about every conceivable type of treatment, whether it's removal of products, thinning, mastication, biochar, prescribed burns, where all of the headwaters work with BDAs and low-tech PBR, beaver reintroduction, all of that's on the table. So it's really an exciting opportunity. I also have the honor of chairing that group. Here's a little list of the various groups that have stepped forward and elected officials that believe and support or have provided public financing. We've been predominantly in public financing, but I think the future is, especially given our current administration, is going to be a lot more with private sector. Now we're into data gathering is our next big discussion here. So one of the things that grew out of a collaboration between the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes out of UC San Diego, this is a part of the collaboration with Colorado Mountain College. We have the Yampa Basin Rendezvous, and this was one of the brainchild of that was to start collecting soil moisture. Right now, we extrapolate that data from our SNOTEL sites and stream flows, but it's not really soil moisture measurements. So they've moved forward with, here's the goals is to come up with at least 30 of these stations. Now we have 9 of them already funded and 5 of them in place. We're not quite done yet. the vision for this is to be able to gather this moisture so that in the future, we know that we're moving through a period of time where things are changing. And if we don't measure this, you know, that one of my favorite sayings is good planners make great ancestors. And people are going to look back decades from now and go, boy, I wish we would have started that sooner. This was really good data that we collected. Here's what that data collection looks like. You can see that they're collecting everything from wind speed and rain, precipitation, the solar radiation, our snow depth, air temperature. You can read as well as me. They're into these different databases that is another big challenge, is to coordinate the various databases that are available through the various government agencies. And all of that, you will have all of this for your reference, but here's some QR codes that'll help you take a good look at what the Colorado or the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes, as well as the MesoWest databases are collecting. And then finally, this is a project that I am really excited about. You know, we've been trying, one of our projects that we identified in the Yampa was to try to measure the return flow from flood irrigation. And it was interesting to hear earlier today from in our discussions about the Platte River Compact issues with Nebraska, and how the Platte River 120 years ago basically dried up in the summer. And that's not really a big surprise. But the benefits of flood irrigation are many. It's not only viable ag operations and supporting of traditional agriculture, and it develops all of this wildlife habitat and those opportunities. But what's particularly interesting is to see how much of that water returns to the river, and in what and at what time. It's the timing of that return flow. Same issue that we're talking about when we're doing headwaters work, trying to slow down that spring runoff. There was a really interesting study that was published just in this last few months that came out of a doctoral study in California. And it showed that you could actually improve this water production from an area as much as 14% by using these strategies that we've discussed earlier. So anyway, the Douglas and White River Conservation Districts, in cooperation with Dr. Ryan Bailey from CSU, conducted this study. You can see here, you can see where Steamboat and Craig are, and where Meeker is the little blue square. And there's the flat tops, and you can see the White River coming down out of there. They have very little storage in that area right now. But as we look down here, there is one large irrigated area just upstream of Meeker. You can see just left of center a vertical outcropping of rock, and that's right about where Meeker is. So it's somewhere around 12 to 15,000 acres of irrigated land that's supplied by three ditches, each with over 100 CFS of flow. And one of the things that they used was the water wells for the 35 different ranches in this area that do traditional agriculture. And they noticed when you turn the water on in the spring for irrigation, the water wells came up, and then, when you're done, the water wells would go down. And so anyway, they used Dr. Bailey, I'm sure, did a much more scientific investigation. And what they came back with was that this groundwater comes back, and it comes back more than you think. Now that's going to be dependent on the aquifer, what that substrate looks like. But what they found in this valley with all of this land that's irrigated, that close to 80% of that water came back in the river, and it came back about 2 or 3 months later. And that is, again, where the river would probably be mostly dried up. Instead, it has a nice healthy flow of 200 or 300 CFS. And Jeff's laughing at me because he goes, Ken, you can't do this. There's no way. And I'm going to do it in less than 20 minutes too. Okay. So what I wanted to show you here was the partners that have helped support this project. And hopefully Dr. Bailey will be able to share. I know he's been sharing with the cattlemen's and I think it was with the Colorado River District. He shared this information as well, but this is some really important quantification of how valuable that return flow is. So thank you very much for your attention and time. And if there's any questions that can be accommodated by the chair, that would be appreciated.
Thanks so much. Any questions? Okay, if I am not, okay, go ahead, Kathleen.
I'm so sorry. Will that be published so that?
It has been.
So how do we get?
These are
hold
just
of
a
it?
couple of the slides. It's so technical. I mean, I pulled out most of the slides that they had provided just because it's, but if you have time to study it and you want to talk with Dr. Bailey, I think he'd be thrilled to talk about what we could do in the Gunnison River Valley.
Because we are doing that kind of work on a couple of ranches in the Gunnison Valley, and it'd be really neat to compare it to what you guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is great data because there's a lot of people that still question the value of flood irrigation. It's a big waste of water, and we know that that's not true.
I think we have some reports from that project. I can dig them up and send them to the group.
Thank you for your attention.
Fantastic. Okay, we have we can still go for a 15-minute break. So I think if we meet back at 3:35, then we should be good to kind of close out the rest of the day. Just a couple more items. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. How are you guys apply?
We're gonna get started here in a minute or two, so if you can find your way back to your seats. Thank you.
All right, we can probably get going here. So this next agenda item is really just a couple things that we touched on in February that we're going to kind of circle back to in some updates with regards to C9 planning and our scenarios that we're working on towards the tech updates. So I'll just jump in. If you have questions along the way, I'm happy to answer them as we go. You may remember this slide. I showed it in February. It was sort of to plot out like the potential for work that we could be doing across the year. So Drought Resilience Action Plan and No and Low Regrets obviously has been ongoing since February. I noted that in June we would touch on the water plan scenarios, and I'll do that in a moment, and then our C9 planning. So that's what this agenda item will really cover, is the water plan scenarios and C9 planning. And just a reminder, the water planning cycle that we are currently in looking forward includes the analysis and technical update, which we just got funding for. That'll be available as of the next fiscal year, so July 1st, and that will go 2025 through 2029. Then we'll go into our basin plan updates. That's 2029 to 2031. And the water plan update, which is 2031 to 2033. So we're looking a ways out, but I want to remind you all of how these tasks that we're working on at IBCC integrate. So reviewing our scenarios is something that IBCC did in the past, and we're hoping that IBCC can help with again. So we have started at a staff level working on our scenarios and starting to workshop what they might look like going forward, and I'll share a little bit about that today. We're hoping we can come back to you at the end of the year with a bit more of a solidified vision for what our scenarios may look like. And then, of course, building adaptive management strategies for no and low regrets, which I'm really excited that we had consensus to start moving forward today. For the basin plan updates, we'll be integrating the strategies from no and low regrets that we develop and identifying aligned local projects and updating the projects database. So that will feed into the basin plan updates going forward. And then integrating and aligning strategies for no and low regrets into the water plan. And, you know, some of the work that we showed this morning shows how we've done that in the past, and we hope to do that again, setting a vision for the next water plan in 2033. So as we think about scenarios, these are the scenarios that we've used for the last water plan. We have 5 scenarios. Scenario planning is really looking out at a plausible range of future conditions. For the existing water plan, we went out to 2050, and that's represented across 5 planning scenarios. And the way that we think about it is starting at a point in time and looking out to the cone of uncertainty into the future, the range of possibilities and the actions that we can take to mitigate risk across all of those uncertainties. So that's the general framework that we think about for scenario planning. Our current planning scenarios, we've encountered a few challenges that we want to address as we go forward. So I think we have 9 different scenario drivers right now. As we've looked at those drivers, not all of them are officially driving. Some of them are more narrative drivers. They sort of affect the way that we look at our scenarios, but there are more impactful drivers, things like population growth and climate, that we want to really be more in the driver's seat, So that's one thing that we're looking to shift into the next tech update, is the driver should really be driving the technical analyses. Planning scenarios should tell a distinct story that's easy to message to the public. So some of you may have tried to explain the 5 planning scenarios to a more general audience. It can be pretty difficult to try to explain the ways that we look at it. all the things that are taken into consideration. So we're thinking about how we can make that story a little bit simpler as we go forward. Another thing that is feedback that we heard through the last basin implementation plan process was some of the things that are built into the scenarios, like conservation, are kind of solutions. So building them into the scenarios makes it hard to apply them as a solution. So we're trying to think of ways to pull that apart a little bit more, and thinking about solutions like conservation and storage that can apply across all scenarios. So that's another consideration that we've been thinking about. We want our planning scenarios to align with other statewide planning efforts. So for example, we are currently working with the State Demographer's Office to understand what their planning horizon is right now. They're looking out to 2065, and they will be putting out population projections to 2065 later this year. What we are looking at is to have the water plan and the technical update go out to 2070, and they have talked to us and they said that they can help us get projections out to 2070. So that's the planning horizon that we're currently talking about for the next water plan. And then planning scenarios should start with the most current information and continue to move forward. So one of the things we've been talking about is sort of re-baselining our existing conditions to today. Obviously our baseline back for 2015 is now pretty dated. So walking you through the draft, and these are very draft planning scenarios. As I said, we're looking at current conditions being sort of a re-baseline, a new starting point for the planning scenarios. So that is one set of scenarios, or I guess one scenario that we are discussing. And then we're looking at more of a low, medium, and high 3 scenario framework as opposed to 5 like we saw in the past water plans. The first being sort of a low water stress, so a warm and wet climate and lower population would be that sort of like low water stress scenario that we're considering. More of a medium water stress would be our second scenario. So that's kind of climate projections that are more in between, not super, super hot and less population growth, just kind of something in the middle of the high-low. And then, of course, a high water stress where we have hot and dry climate conditions and high population. And we're looking at those 3 scenarios as being sort of a range of possible outcomes, future conditions, but we're also going to potentially offer some vignettes of really hot conditions or really low water conditions to give a sense of the possibilities that are out there, but maybe sort of frame our risk in sort of the more high likelihood scenarios. And then, of course, as I said, we're looking to pull out strategies and solutions like conservation and storage and be able to apply them across all of our scenarios to really understand how they can help reduce gaps. So you can see that green bar across the bottom that would represent sort of pulling those out and being able to look at them more independently. So for the purposes of IBCC, we would like to be able to bring these scenarios to you again. We don't necessarily need to have a working group, but we would like to be able to bring them to you to have you poke holes in them, and if needed, and I think it could be really beneficial, have a bit of a technical advisory group from IBCC that can, which is something we have done in the past, that can look at our planning scenarios and offer feedback on them. And we're also hoping that potentially at the C9 Summit, we can work on an interactive activity that could help us kind of flesh out those planning scenario narratives that we haven't developed yet. We've been really focused on the drivers. So that's a role that we see potentially for IBCC coming up into the fall and into the following year. So the last piece would be just reviewing final planning scenarios and narratives after the technical advisory group process and the tech update. So that would be, again, bringing it back to IBCC to make sure that everybody here is feeling good about those planning scenarios and has a good understanding of them, because as integrators, as IBCC, we really need you all to be messengers on some of these bigger topics as well. So that's kind of how we're seeing IBCC's role in the scenario planning. And I can pause here for any questions you may have on that. Okay, well, go ahead, Ken.
The C9 Summit, are you talking about what subcommittee work might take place in assisting with the C9 Summit agenda and topics, or what? I'm not sure I understand exactly.
Sure. And I actually have a couple more slides that will go through the
Oh,
broader plans for C9. This is really just about how we're going to integrate the scenarios into C9, the planning scenarios. So what we're hoping to do, and we haven't really fully fleshed it out, is have an interactive activity that we could work with IBCC on that helps us to kind of flesh out the narratives that support these scenarios. So but on that note, it's a great segue into the C9 Summit. So the C9 Summit is planned for October 28th and 29th in beautiful Lakewood, Colorado. Gotta get excited. It's not exactly Crested Butte, but it'll be good, I swear. You can find information on that on engagecwcb.org. And what I want to highlight for you all is that what we are thinking about doing for this C9 Summit is pulling out an actual IBCC meeting on day one, where we can work through that planning scenarios, and we can also start to work through the first topics in our now no and low regrets work plan. So we're hoping that will take place on the afternoon of October 28th, and that you can all be there and help us start to move this forward. This is kind of a rough idea of the agenda. As you can imagine, we're several months out still, so the agenda is still pretty fluid and things are not totally confirmed in any way. But day one, IBCC meeting on scenarios or the no and low regrets topics. We also plan to have a PEPO meeting, and we're looking at doing some roundtable boothing with PEPO coordinators to kind of share and do that cross-pollination that we've been talking about, kind of sharing basin experiences and information. And we'll have a welcome reception that evening as well. And day two, we're going to have it be more of an all-day conference format like it has been in the past. We're looking at doing some interactive peer learning exercises around innovative coalitions across different sectors. And we're also looking at potentially a panel on the 20 years of the roundtables in IBCC, so the 20 years of the Water for the 21st Century Act. One thing that we're hoping to do that we have kind of been workshopping and doing over the last few months is a climate and hazard adaptation interactive exercise. So any of you that may have participated in our climate and water workshops over the last few months probably participated in something that would be very similar to this. We're kind of looking at focusing on wildfire hazards and impact on water supplies. We'll have a bit of a panel or an agenda item related to statewide water communication and outreach. Some of you have participated in some stakeholder sessions about a statewide messaging campaign that's part of the water plan. And so it'll be sort of showcasing some of the thoughts around that statewide messaging campaign on water. You know, there were comments earlier today about how do we bring in the wider population and bring them in and not, you know, make people feel left out by the language we use and the terminology. So we are thinking about that, and we're thinking about how we can move that forward and what the key issues are to address in that messaging campaign. So that will be an item that we're hoping to showcase on day two. We're also hoping to have a grants, funding, and resources sort of panel sharing state resources across multiple different agencies and offering opportunities for questions and connecting with state representatives, knowing that funding continues to be a very important issue for the IBCC and all the basin roundtables. And then we have a concept for piloting ditch management planning. That's sort of our ag-focused panel that is hoping to kind of take lessons from stream management planning and apply some of those lessons to ditch management. That's an idea that Nora Flynn is really moving forward, and I think it's pretty cool. And I'm excited to see how that panel might shape out. And if you all have any ideas, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. And then, of course, Colorado River and interstate updates will be a part of the C9 Summit as well. So that's kind of the way that we're looking at the C9 Summit now. And I'd like to pause and just give you all a moment to take that in. And if you have thoughts or ideas that you're not seeing on this rough agenda now, we would love to take your input. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Thank you. I was just going to point out that on the 29th is the Water Resources and Ag Review Committee meeting at the Capitol. So there's no way I can miss that. And they'll be reporting out their legislation that day and taking public input on bills.
Possibly, or potentially we could switch our days around so that the panel is, or the conference format could be on day one, if that would be helpful. Is that going to be like a, is it typically morning, afternoon?
They'll probably meet at 9.
9, okay.
And they could be done by noon. Because they're only going to report out 3 bills this year.
Okay, that's really helpful, Kathleen, and I will look at potentially if we could flip-flop some of that, because day one, as I said, is we're really focused on afternoon, so we could potentially move that around to make it a little bit easier for people who want to do all of those things. Any other questions or ideas for C9 Summit? Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, Lakewood sounds like an opportunity to visit Casa Bonita, if nothing else. I haven't been back for a couple of decades. Maybe more for Kelsey. Didn't we answer a survey about a new name for no low regrets, drought, resiliency, whatever? And can't we implement it before C9?
Kelsey, do you have ideas that you'd like to share? You got from the survey? Grab the mic.
Yes, there were some ideas. First of all, thank you to everyone who did respond to that survey. I did mean to bring that up earlier, but I cut it because of our time. I'm sorry, as soon as you said that, I was not thinking about it. And now the only one I can remember was one that was no effort, high regrets was the best one. So
maybe making this the theme for, trying to do this at the C9, and whoever can come up with the catchiest new name for this wins, I don't know, a burrito or something, we can figure out something. Yeah, a trip to Casa Bonita.
we would need to workshop some of those suggested names a little bit more, I think, before lighting them.
I would encourage moving it along.
Okay.
Any way I can help.
Thank you, Ken.
Volunteer Sean or somebody.
Maybe the subcommittee can add that to their agenda. I can pass on the suggested names.
They're really good. Really good. That's a great point. We did do a survey. We should probably look back at our survey a little bit more. Thank you, Ken.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on the messaging work? Because we know that we've set aside funds, that process is beginning. I apologize for missing that meeting, but.
No, I can definitely elaborate. We have set aside $1 million for a statewide messaging campaign that we got through the projects bill. And that $1 million for a statewide campaign is really, it sounds like a lot of money, but it's a pretty small amount of money for a statewide campaign. So what we have done is we've done some internal kind of staff scoping with a marketing and branding kind of company that has done some really good work in the past. And then we just opened it to do 3 stakeholder scoping sessions recently that were very small, kind of targeted scoping sessions, kind of just testing our assumptions around what that message might look like. And the funding will become available and go to RFP like over the next probably 3 to 4 months, I would guess.
Okay.
So we don't know exactly what it's going to look like at this moment, but as we've been scoping it out, it's been kind of a conversation over potentially, are we too divided on water, or is the issue really scarcity, and our response is to tend to fall into different camps and be divided, and where can we find unity around that? That's kind of that's been where we've been workshopping. The messaging itself is not totally clear at this point. But we're looking to implement that over the next year to, potentially longer. And one thing that we're really hoping to take into consideration is, given our limited funding, how can we make a messaging campaign like this have legs and go much further? So whether that's utilizing our own internal marketing and communications teams, or utilizing IBCC and the roundtables in various ways. So we're thinking about how we can take that limited funding and make it as impactful as possible.
Well, but what we have to watch out for is that we just keep talking to each other. We have this vernacular that we understand that most people don't. And, if it isn't social media or some way of reaching, especially the younger generation, they don't watch TV other than, whatever they can stream. But they, trying to, television ads and radio ads and newspaper ads are, that's my generation, and that's not who we're really trying to talk to. And so I'm just hoping that we take all that into account, and that I think $1 million goes a lot further with those types of strategies. But again, it comes back to the message itself must be relevant, and maybe the general population, what I had always talked to Russ about was trying to make sure that we utilize someone with the expertise. And I use the example just because I've been in elected office for too long, that you want to hire a firm that really relates to the average voter, which is not a sophisticated audience, and that message really resonates, that it's something that if we repeat it enough times, a simple message actually becomes part of our normal conversation about water issues. And I'm afraid if we turn this over to internally, and that we do it through the roundtables or the IBCC or whatever, we're going to end up with the same wonky message that just isn't going to stick.
Yeah, that's a great flag. We are definitely looking at companies that are really focused on the general public, because we know that we all talk to ourselves, certainly, and we need to broaden that campaign. I will flag that we are looking at bringing this item before the CWCB board in July, and just having an informational item. So feel free to tune in if that's something that you're interested in. We'll be kind of asking some targeted questions that can inform that. But your caution is totally valid, that we don't want to just talk to ourselves as we gather input for this. We need to go to a broader audience, and I think that's totally right.
Where is that July meeting?
Salida. Okay. Any other thoughts are related to the C9 or scenarios? Go ahead, Heather.
I think just really, especially after the conversation today, but thinking about the C9, and we downloaded at the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable after C9, we kind of reported out, and people really like the peer learning and just those chances to hear from each other, what's going well, just mechanics of roundtables seem to be really interesting to people, but just those chances, I think maybe having topics, but if there can be space for people to just have more conversations together rather than everything being structured, it seems like people are hungry for that.
We have been trying to take that feedback into consideration and have more interactive activities, but we could also potentially look to kind of include more unstructured time if you feel like that could be a benefit, to kind of just let people connect. So let me think on that and reach back out to you with questions, certainly.
That's a lot like the Colorado Water Congress. That's when you go to Water Congress, the busiest time of the whole day is between sessions. That's when the hallway is packed with people all talking at the top of their lungs. So yeah, I think we're ready for that.
Kat, I don't know if it even fits in this agenda, but I think we need to just keep talking about roundtable recruitment and filling vacant seats and how to bring energy back to the roundtables. And I'm one that really thinks, probably because I kind of got my start on the roundtables through subcommittees and just being a kind of tagging on with people that were the formal members, but trying to bring in the next generation of roundtable members. And I don't know if that'd be a good panel discussion or exercise, brainstorming exercise or whatever, but I'd like to see that at some point.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And I had that as a note for our follow-up for our next meeting, to think about roundtable engagement sort of in this post-COVID world where everybody's online. But I like the idea of bringing it into the C9. That's great.
I have a quick anecdote, which is I haven't been on the roundtable for all that long, a couple of years. And when I wanted to join the roundtable and there was a vacant seat, there was an election. There were like 4 people that were interested. We haven't seen that since. This was right around the time that the Southwest BIP update was wrapping up. And so like I said, purely anecdotal. This is just a one-off example. I'm curious if like the role of the roundtable and the perceived importance will sort of precede interest in joining the roundtable. So that's just my thought. I think we've had a lot of good conversation about how to reinvigorate the purpose and how to improve the messaging. So I'm not saying we shouldn't also independently just try and like market and advertise the roundtable. We definitely should, but I think once the role into the future is like a little more clear, that will probably help.
Thanks, Adrian. Any other thoughts or additions? This is really helpful feedback. We've been kind of workshopping this agenda for a little while, and I really appreciate your feedback, and we'll try to do our best to bring it into the agenda and flip some things around so it works for everyone, Kathleen. That was a really good flag. All right. So I think if there are no other thoughts related to C9.
Yeah, I can't stop, so.
Okay.
I tried.
Go for it,
really
Ken.
hard. Sean knows what I mean. If we're coming for the day one anyway, we could start our more formal meetings a little earlier in the day and give ourselves a little more time for interaction and less formal work, like the sharing of strategies and ideas and how different of groups interact with each other and have more of that unstructured time and interaction with each other. And as opposed, I mean, it's just so tempting to try to shrink it all down and make it fit, as opposed to just give ourselves plenty of time, because we never run out of anything to talk about when we're in unstructured. And a lot of times those are some of the best ideas that we come up with. So that would be my request, is just to consider possibility of maybe picking it up around 10 o'clock or something and having plenty of time in the afternoon to do some of the other work.
Thanks. And I see Lisa getting ready to say something.
Sorry. I was just thinking, I thought one of the most wonderful afternoons we had was at the first C9 when we had the afternoon activities planned and we all got to split up, go fly fishing or go biking or golf or hike or something. And you signed up for one. And I know that the date is we don't know what the weather will be like, but certainly Lakewood and Golden have tons of opportunity to do a lot of that. So maybe that's a good way where people aren't it's not completely unstructured, but it's kind of interactive. Thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you. All right. I think with that, we're on to our next meeting agenda and closing thoughts. So in the spirit of trying to make sure that the agenda is as informed as it can be by your feedback, I've been taking some notes throughout the day of things that came up that seemed like they could be good agenda items. I'm going to just run through those, and then I'd love your feedback. One was the Rio interstate issues. I think it would be great to touch back on that. Heather, I'm glad you called out that you were not being focused on. No, I think that, no, I really do think that would be really great. I think that would be really beneficial for the whole group. And I also heard a conversation about breakouts with adjoining basins. That could be a beneficial conversation. So something to think about for the next agenda. What's working in terms of getting past that post kind of COVID virtual engagement block that we're kind of seeing right now. And Adrian, I think that was a good thought about, you know, the roundtable purpose and maybe that trying to drive a little bit more people to the roundtable by having a stronger purpose behind the work that they're doing there is super important. Let's see, what else do we have here? There was mention of trying to engage more with the congressional delegation. I think that could be an interesting thought. I don't know that we could get them here, but it would be something to try for. It would be very interesting. And then, of course, maybe a follow-up from the subcommittee, depending on what kind of work goes on there. Are there any other thoughts of things that you all would want to see on the agenda for our next meeting?
Kathleen might know the name of it. There's a, I don't know, a committee or group talking about stream access. And there's going to be a bill or a ballot question. I'm hearing more bill, but thought I heard it was ballot question. At any rate, it seems like that's a relevant thing that has a lot of interest in the water community. So, sorry, incomplete thought. So asking that group to perhaps present or have some discussion around, or Kathleen will correct everything I just said.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier because it will dominate the discussion at the Capitol next year, I think. 1, 2, or 3 bills is what I'm hearing. And if you limited their time, I think you could ask for a presentation, but it would need to be fair. Both sides would need a chance to speak to the IBCC about their concerns. And I don't know if the time is right to have that on our agenda, but it will be a big issue for sure. And Sean's right. It's just we need to handle it really carefully.
I guess I would echo some of those concerns that Kathleen raised, and given that Water Congress is kind of trying to facilitate the conversation, and given my impressions of the first meeting, I'm not know if it would be ripe or the best topic for IBCC, but that's just my take.
Building on the Colorado Water Congress theme, they allowed us to come and do a presentation at the annual conference in January. Maybe we could extend some sort of offer to Shanae and anybody else that wanted to come over and talk to us a little bit about what they're doing and where we have synergy of efforts.
Thanks, Ken.
Just to add one last piece, and Jim, you might be able to help me with this. You might have a better memory, but I think Water Congress had concluded, they had conducted one meeting, they had been approached, and they conducted one workshop, just facilitated the workshop. They were going to try to do a counter workshop to make sure that the other voices were heard. And then I think Water Congress was going to stand down from that piece, because I believe that they think that it's a land use issue. And so, and I don't know, Jim, if you remember anything else from that conversation when we were up at Sterling.
Did they? I just talked to Peggy Montano yesterday about, she said there wasn't a date yet for the follow-up Water Congress meeting. But Lisa's right. There'll be one more, and they're trying to just be the facilitator, not take a position. But I didn't check email, so I don't know if a date was established. Okay.
So I don't disagree that there's a lot of unknowns and there's a definite bent for the group. And from my understanding of materials and other people I've talked to, and I wasn't able to attend the first Water Congress facilitated conversation, but I had a proxy there, and that I don't know that they know entirely all the answers to all the questions. I guess perhaps in response to Pat's comment, given that a bill or bills plural are going to be there, I wonder if strategically for the IBCC, creating a space for somebody to talk about what could end up being a pretty significant bill could reinforce our role and part of what I was trying to get Senator Roberts to respond to is, the legislature created us, and part of, I think, what might end up being in no low regrets is future policy or future legislation. So if some other group is really doing that, Senator Roberts' response was, hey, it's up to you to reach out to them as well. And so maybe this is a kind of us dipping a toe in that space, but it could be a train wreck.
It could be a train wreck. Something to add to the agenda. Can't wait. Thanks, Sean.
That's our new name, not knowing low regrets. Train wreck.
Avoiding a train wreck.
Could be a train wreck, right?
Thank you. Okay, I think that it sounds like we kind of wrapped up ideas, unless anyone else has other thoughts for C9. I want to thank you all for your time and the energy you brought today, and I'm very excited that we achieved consensus to move forward with name TBD project for No and Low Regrets. Thank you all for your time today, and we are having a reception out in that outdoor space where we had lunch following the meeting, so I hope to see many of you there. Thank you all. Thank you, Kelsey. That was a great reminder. And I'm making space now for public comment. Robert.
I think it's on. Yeah, good. Okay. Thanks very much, you guys, for taking the time. I really appreciate it. Appreciate all the comments about agriculture because it is a very broad subject. I was talking to Carlisle. It's a shame we have one word, agriculture, to describe so many things because you talk to some of ag about AI, they think of it a lot differently. They think about artificial insemination. And then you talk to us vegetable farmers and we don't know anything about that. So I think it's really important to have that scope. But another idea for your meeting agenda would be a report back from the severance tax funding group. Depending on your date, they may have their draft available. So no?
I think based on the timing that's laid out in the bill, it'll probably be a little bit too early for that, but we can certainly reach out and see as that progresses.
For the next IBCC meeting?
Oh, I thought you meant for this. Yeah, the one in October.
Yeah.
No, the January one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be potential for sure. Or the February meeting.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
A draft. They have to have a draft by beginning in the next year.
Yeah, draft by January.
Yeah, this is a draft. So it's going to be a really short timeline. I mean, the appointees by September, a draft by January.
That's correct. Final report. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Good job.
And after that public comment, we'll close the meeting. Thank you. And you're the one.